We are live now. Looks like that. I really don't know. Uh, yes, and welcome to Cup's Corner. This time, Cup and Greg's bogus YouTube censorship journey, uh, featuring the band Quiet Earth Review. Hey, who came up with this stupid title, Greg?
I don't know. I think it was you.
What? Okay, yeah. Uh, Yeah, it is, of course, because the last review got banned, the English version. So many people have no clue what we are talking about, and it was a very cool review. You can watch it over here on BitChute. It's linked in the description if you want to see it. Of course, not yet, but maybe later. And yeah, I have Greg here with me as usual. And yeah, Greg, say hello to the people.
Hello to the people from the great state of Texas. Hopefully everyone's doing all right.
Yeah, I think they're all fine. It looks like we don't have so many viewers till now, but yeah, I tell you, that's because we are not streaming regularly. And I would like to, but it's of course all because of Greg, or not?
Yeah, that's probably so. Maybe we should do it more regularly. Maybe we should try and go like on the Ides of March or something. Was that March 15th? That's when Caesar was assassinated.
Was it March 15? I don't know. But it
The
was
Ides of
March.
March.
Yeah, it has to be March. One day in March. I have no idea which day. Uh, I'm not so well read in Shakespeare.
Understood.
Yeah. So I would really like to start going directly into the title. What do you think, Greg? Just to give a little bit explanation what is going on here.
Well, to explain my name on here, Euler Greg, Omega Greg, banned in the UK because my last video or one of them was banned in the United Kingdom and also I think Bermuda, but it was up in Germany and the United States and most of the world.
So the Brits didn't like your video. What did you do to the Brits?
I don't know. It's mainly islands.
Yeah, yeah, but they are also angry at me, at the Germans in general, because we never paid them a visit. They always thought that we come over because we said so. We said yes, we are coming to here since the 40s. We said we wanted to go over there, but we never went there because we were too busy, and it's just a shitty little island who nobody cares for it. Uh, so maybe they're angry at you. I don't know.
It could be.
But
It is difficult.
what did Texas do to Britain? I don't understand.
I don't know. Hey, y'all have the channel now. You got easy access.
Yeah, and by the way, congratulations to your state again. I'm really honored and proud to have a Texan guy here, because what is going on now in the US and here with Texas as one of the few states to go against this nonsense and don't want to go after these stupid rules, which are also the reason why my review got banned. It's all the same problem. Yeah, it has everything has to do with each other. So, Greg, can you tell me a
Oh, on
little bit?
the mandatory mask wearing.
Yes,
I'm,
this all this stupid stuff. We can talk about that in a few minutes. But tell me what is going on in Texas right now. Here, I have heard that Texas filed wanted to separate themselves from the U.S. or
yeah,
is
there
that
are some motions to become independent again. You know, Texas is the only state out of the 50 that was its own nation, recognized by other nations. We fought our own war of independence against Mexico. Everybody knows about the Alamo, but here in Houston was the Battle of San Jacinto, And the Alamo, they were buying time for the people here, the army, to prepare to ambush a much larger army and defeat them at the Battle of San Jacinto, one of the most significant battles in the history of the world, according to the history book. We are looking at separating again. We're larger than Germany. I
Hey,
think about,
take that back.
and
Nobody
we're
is
almost
larger
three
than
times
Germany.
larger than the UK.
Hey, you
So
are just a
landmass
guest.
wise.
Hey, you are just here a guest on a German stream. So
Hey, we got a lot of Germans here in cities like Schulenburg and whatnot. We have a proud history of German heritage,
yeah, and
and a lot
really,
of our state is desert and stuff over there. So I don't know
Greg,
if that counts.
Greg, you could really manage, you and your state, you could manage to redeem a kind of America or the US. At least the people redeem them in my eyes, because it seems like that Texas is the last hope we have here, from my point of view. Uh, it seems really whole US is going crazy, and the only state with a clear mind and the only people with a clear mind are in Texas, and try to end this nonsense.
Well, Louisiana and some other states also have good thinking people. We're just trying to do the right thing. Personally, I'm not against wearing a mask if that's what you want to do, but I'm against mandatory
Yes,
regulations and rules that
yeah.
that
In
could be bad for your health.
in general, here nobody is against people who decide for themselves to wear a mask or to vaccinate themselves to death. This is their decision. I'm cool with that, because Quiet Earth, the band review, is about people who live on a depopulated Earth. And if I would live on a depopulated Earth because everybody is so stupid, dying because of he wanted to get vaccinated, or wearing the mask day and night, so he can't breathe anymore and dies for that purpose, it's his decision. So I have the Earth for myself. I'm really not afraid of that. That would be cool. At least I could finish some work without getting constantly disrupted then.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, but so that people get that right, it's for everybody. It's his own decision. And yes, the mandatory thing, that's the problem. And yeah, that's where the problems start. So yeah, so good to hear that in Texas at least something is happening.
It's called secession. It's each state is actually considered an independent sovereign
Yeah,
nation. We're
yeah,
you know
it's
we're
Texas.
quite large. It's almost the size of a continent.
It's Texas and Brexit, so Texit. Or
Yes,
not?
that's one of the words that's being used. Texit.
Yeah, Texit.
Texas exiting the United States, or the disunited States right now, because we're not
Yeah.
really united.
Yeah, no, but if you really do that, then Texas becomes the last real United States, and the others are are company owned whatsoever, owned by China, or I don't know, and I don't care. And yeah,
Well,
so
of all 50 states, I think Texas has the greatest case, since we were the only state that was its own nation. We joined voluntarily, so we should be able to leave. I mean, just because you join with another country doesn't mean you're trapped for the end of time. It does if you join with the Yankees. They don't like to let people go once they pull you in. They're like the mob. What was that, Godfather? And I keep trying to leave, and they keep pulling me back in.
yeah, they keep pulling me back in.
That's what it's like living in Texas.
Yeah, and by the way, Basil was here. He wrote that he has a little bit work to do, but he tries to join us later when he can.
Oh,
And
that's cool.
Yeah, that would be really cool. I'm looking forward to that. And we have time here. We are not on a hurry. So, yeah, Texas, let's really see. I hope it doesn't come to civil war between you and the rest of the so-called United States, which is, of course, a joke.
I
But
don't think they'll be able to get away with using military force. I think if we vote to get free, probably the UN or somebody will step in. Maybe the Germans can come over and help us.
it would be an honor, really. This would be the first time where I would say, let's go to war and fight. Really. Normally, you completely changed my mind on so many things and wrong things. I thought I know, but I discovered that I really have no clue. Also, these things about guns and so on, where I thought it's a bad thing if people are allowed to have guns, but now it seems like the only ones that are not threatened by the government are the ones that can defend themselves.
Well, there are definite negative consequences to any freedom, and especially to that freedom, gun ownership. But y'all have probably more efficient police. I mean, we've had problems where you got people out in the yard shooting at each other, and you called the police, and it took 45 minutes for them to get here. If I didn't have a gun, I wouldn't have been able to. I didn't go out there. I'm not stupid, but if they tried to kick in my door, at least I could have defended myself. So it's not just about the freedom from the government; it's freedom to survive. It's dangerous. You
Yeah,
never know what might happen.
and
There are many
also
aspects.
that people are shooting themselves in the street is is the
Just like the
fault
happening.
is the fault of the government, because they completely cut off here the social things for the people that they
That's right. Medical
that they have
care and
medical
mental health
care.
care.
Yeah, so
when 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 we were talking about the Joker movie, Cub couldn't believe that we didn't. He said it was unbelievable that the Joker would get cut off like that from his medicine and whatnot. But that is totally believable. The unbelievable part is that he had anything to begin with.
Yes, yes, okay. And as I said, for me, it was not so easy to. I'm not used to this kind of inhumanity. So of
Well,
course,
we don't brag about stuff like that.
yeah, no,
We kind of.
no, because and that's the reason why I was at first I didn't have the right perspective. But still, I think the movie sucks. But for but for also for other reasons, not because of that. But in this point, you are right. I got it wrong. I admit that.
I'm not trying to be right. I'm just pointing out, things from my perspective and the perspective of the people I've known. It did show up something that it's just never emphasized or people don't really realize. When they do show it, they only show that it's minorities being affected, but it's the great majority of people.
Yes, yes, I know, and I think 50 million or something like that. And this is more
Probably
people.
double that or more.
Yeah, and these is much more people than uh,
I would say
who
it's more like
who
150
who
million
who,
out of
who
over 300. At least half
yeah,
don't have health care.
yeah,
The way they do it, they say you have health care, but like this Obamacare thing, they take the money out of your check. They give you a health care plan that requires a giant deductible, say maybe $3,000 or $4,000 that you have to pay before they pay anything. And if
yeah,
you're working for $10 an hour and you got to pay all your food and your housing and you have, if you're lucky, maybe $1,000 put back, you don't have the money to pay the deductible. So the healthcare, if you can't pay the deductible, then oh well. Now the deductible used to be a few $100s, but when they passed that wonderful supposed bill to give healthcare to the poor, excuse me, the poor, they set it up with things that are barriers that aren't talked about. But we weren't here to talk about this crazy stuff. Did you want me to go through the list of our planned discussion today?
Yes, yes,
We're
that
20
would
minutes
be
in, and
nice.
I haven't even went through the list of what we plan to talk about.
Yeah, yeah. Let's hear.
Okay, so Cub wanted me to run through just some things that we'll probably discuss. There's a new movie on the Sci-Fi, not movie, new series on the Sci-Fi Channel called Resident Alien, and the first two episodes are out. I've watched them.
The
Cub
first
was
three.
supposed to watch
Hey, the first three.
three. I didn't see the third one.
Yeah, but I did.
Ah, ah, ah. Okay. So we'll go over at least the first two, and then the ending of Quiet Earth, because he did a video on Quiet Earth that got banned. He might want to discuss some of that stuff. Um, Babylon 5. Did you hear that they've done a new update on the CGI and whatnot? 4K and upscale on the HBO Max.
No, I didn't.
Excellent. Then we can discuss that, and you'll be able to learn.
Yeah.
Perhaps the GameStop/Wall Street meltdown.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
We are going to talk about that.
Star Wars. They've got some new series out. The Shining. I put a link in the well, it's in the description and also I think in the chat. Talking about the Wendy theory of The Shining, which I think is a pretty good theory that explains the whole movie that I hadn't heard before, but I really liked it.
I don't agree on that, but we are going to talk about it.
Well, you're wrong. So next, Cobra Kai season 1 might come up. Pennyworth season 1 could come up. Oh, and the very important Richard Matheson segment. Uh, he wrote many interesting books
Yeah, I
and some TV
know.
shows. So, and there's a Omega Greg's Mysterious World section, which hopefully Cub won't veto as usual.
Yeah, or maybe it stays mysterious, like it should.
Maybe it does stay mysterious.
Let's see.
And there could
Not
be more stuff, but
hey,
that's what I
hey,
have
Greg,
down.
not every mystery should be solved or not.
I don't think this one's going to be solved, but
Or
I
talked
believe
about.
I put the link to the Puma Punka thing. Yeah, I did. So if you want to look at that, you can see what we're talking about on that just by clicking on that link.
So I would say,
Okay, that's about it.
Yeah, I would say we stay to your script and start off with the TV series. As if I
It's
got
not
it
a
right.
script. This is a freewheeling, fun-filled romp.
No. If it is
with a script.
Hey, if it's written down and it's used in a German stream, then it is like written in stone. Then we have to go after that because
those are just my notes on stuff we might want to talk about. I'm sure Cub has an extensive
that's
series
good
of notes
enough.
himself.
Yes, sure. Yeah,
You've had 6 or 7 weeks, so
where I was fighting against a huge billion-dollar company who shut my video down.
That's true.
So sorry.
Yeah, that's a mitigating circumstance.
Yeah, sorry. I had to go against Google here, YouTube, Google, Alphabet, and all these billionaires who thought, oh my God, it's a good idea to go against this huge, important Lone Wolf Cup channel and make his life hell.
No, they also banned my little video. Good God. At least in the UK. So just like Straw Dogs from the 70s, I don't know if you ever saw that movie, but on my DVD it had plastered across the front, banned in the UK. So me and Straw Dogs are not allowed.
Yeah, but if just the UK, you mean this little island somewhere here? near Europe or not?
Yeah, yeah. It's like Galveston Island off of Texas coast, but it's bigger.
Really, Galveston is bigger or not?
I haven't measured them. It might be.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. I think so because it's really tiny. Everybody lives on the main street there. Everybody knows each other. Just few people living there. I know most of them.
Galveston's a fun place to visit for fishing and swimming and stuff. So if you come to Texas, Galveston's a good destination. So
Yes.
do you want to start with the Quiet Earth ending since you were already discussing Quiet Earth?
Yeah. Okay. Let's start off with the Quiet Earth. So just short Quiet Earth review, which got banned by YouTube, is about the Quiet Earth, the novel from 1981 and the movie from 1985, and from the sources that inspired this novel. And that's why one of these sources is, of course, I Am Legend. It took inspiration from that, and it took also some inspiration from Empty World. Here, the novel from the guy who also wrote the Tripods novels. And by the way, this was the reason why I even made the Quiet Earth review, because when during making writing the script for the Tripods novel here from Tripods, which is also a John Christopher special, I recognized during the part from Empty World that it is kind of the same thing like Quiet Earth, just with children. It's also it's also has also this love triangle, like in Quiet Earth, but it's one man, two women in the children's book, and in Quiet Earth it's two men, one woman, and also it's just in the movie there in the in Quiet Earth. It's not in the book, this love triangle. Yeah, so I decided to make it to separate it, and probably I could save with that my Tripods review here, the John Christopher retrospective, because if I would have left it in there, that one would have been banned, because the Quiet Earth review got banned because of the last 2 minutes, where I talk about Empty World and about the similarities with what is going on right now with Corona and so on, because it's also about a virus, but it in the movie or in the novel, it's a real one, not a fake one. But the government tries in the novel, of course, to hide it, because it's real. And that's also a reason why I don't think that COVID even exists, because normally if something happens, something serious happens, and this is also a thing I talked about it in my review. When serious things happen, then the government tries to hush it up. They never tell the people the truth. You could clearly see that here with the atomic incidences, if you can remember. Here, what was it here in Russia? Chernobyl and I think
Chernobyl.
Chernobyl, yeah. But you had also a few ones here. You had also some in the US or not? Some
About what?
incidents, some atomic incidents. The movie
Oh,
China.
3 Mile Island, about the China syndrome.
Yeah, the China syndrome is about that, and Silkwood is about that. There are many movies about this issue, where the government, where something happens, and the government and the bad companies and so on try to hide it. They try to say, "Oh, nothing's going on here," and Also, there's so many examples for that. We had here, for example, a scandal which was called Contergan scandal. If you have ever heard about that, it was.
I don't think I did. What is it? What is the scandal about?
Oh, Contergan scandal is about they developed a medicine for pregnant women that they can sleep easier with it.
Oh, I think I did hear about that.
Yeah, and they gave it
And
to.
it caused birth defects, didn't it?
Yes, and they gave it especially to pregnant women. Especially, they developed. They were the only ones that used it, and they got it from the doctors, and they made a big advertising campaign and so on. And then the pregnancies went wrong, and the children got birth defects. They were born without legs and without arms, with these really small ones.
That's
They just.
terrible.
Yes, it was terrible, and it took decades. 10 years is a decade or not?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it took decades to get them to court, and that they pay for it and so on, and they're still fighting. It's a scandal from the 50s and 60s. So, but this scandal was the reason why they now companies are not allowed anymore just to develop something and put it on the market. Now they have to test it really over years and over a decade before they can sell it.
Like
And
we did the vaccine for coronavirus.
yes, they have to prove that it doesn't harm people. So this is a result of the Contergan scandal. And the thing is, now
So they shouldn't be able to do the vaccine because of that law. Is that what you're saying?
yes, these laws are still they are still there. It's not that they said this law is went away. No, it's still there, but they tried with tricks to avoid the law. And but
Did
these
they
are
use
just.
like the power of the United Nations or something? Is there some sort
No,
of superior power to? Is there a
no, no,
superior law to German law?
no, yeah, no, not really, because the even this law, the power of the European law, for example, even they say you can't use untested crap. It's also in their laws. So no, but the trick that they use is they don't get a permission to use it as vaccine. They get a, a, a permission on probe, or what you call it, when something is not permitted yet, but it's still in the.
A probationary period or something?
Yes, a probationary period. So, which is used in an emergency. It's also called emergency emergency
Protocol or something?
protocol. Yeah, something like that. And of course, this is used, for example, in cases when people are dying from something, and there is a medicine out there, but can't be used because it would take too long for the tests and so on. And then they make an exception. That's why this thing exists, this law or whatever. But they misuse it here because the they also, if you want to use this law, you also have to prove that the thing does not harm people, that it helps people. But they couldn't make tests on humans yet. So how the hell are they? If you understand what I mean, it doesn't make sense. They are trying to misuse this law for it. But the lawyers are already going against it.
Well, to be fair, they did some accelerated testing or something. I know I'm not sure how long, but it's certainly not the prescribed period of
No, they
several
didn't.
years. I know
they
normally it takes several years to bring a vaccine to
they
market, but
they didn't do any testing and any mention worth mentioning testing, because the numbers, the probands that they use for that, for these so-called testings, is just too low. If we are talking about 50 people or 10 people or something like that, you can't. And this is where they get them, and they use their numbers from 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 50 people or something like that, where they say, okay, 5 of them react to it, and one died or one got ill, so it has it's effective 99% or something like that.
wow, that's really effective.
Yes, but the thing is, it is a fraud, and these clinical tests that they supposed are not really tests. They would never. You could never. Normally, they could never get away with something like that. And but this is all in court anyway, and they're going to solve it, and they're going to sue the hell out of these companies.
So it'll be
I
a
can tell
happy
you.
ending. Speaking of happy endings, we were going to discuss the ending to Quiet Earth. I
Yes,
heard y'all talking about it the other day, and you were saying that it looked to me like he had moved to another planet entirely.
yes. In the movie, it looks that way, and
In the movie, that's what I'm discussing right now is the movie. The so he drives the he's supposed to use the truck. If y'all haven't seen the movie, they load a truck with explosives, and the entire planet is being affected by this experiment, and only these few people are alive because they had died right at the moment when the experiment took effect. At least that's how I understood the movie. And to break the spell or the whatever you would call it, they're going to drive a truck into the giant receiver or computer. I'm not sure. Anyway, whatever's causing it, they're going to drive the truck into it and explode it. And he does that. And when he does that, he ends up on a beach. It looks like in another solar system, maybe another galaxy, maybe another dimension. What do you think that was, Cub?
yeah. First off, the truck was full of dynamite that he drove into the plant or whatever, and yes, and first off, I'm not a fan of this ending, and also of the storyline that they try to stop the experiment, because it's complete opposite of the book. In the book, this doesn't happen, but they just use this in the movie. But okay, but just talking about the movie as the book wouldn't exist, I always thought that he is still on Earth, but that the Earth itself, that things changed around. That he is still on Earth, but Earth itself is not at its normal place anymore. Back then, as a child, I thought that the Earth went near Saturn, because these looked like Saturn rings, and that's the reason why Saturn was seen so you could see it so clearly. But just because it looks like Saturn, it doesn't have to be Saturn. Maybe it's a whole different
Now,
planet.
there's no way the atmosphere would be totally different. It would suddenly be freezing cold, or it looked like the exact same atmosphere, but on a different planet in a different
No,
galaxy or something. It,
no.
it looked like he when that explosion happened, he got blown into another dimension, perhaps a different version of Earth, but that Earth would be in a different part of the galaxy. So would it really be Earth? Probably not. They might call it something else. But
Yeah,
I guess you,
maybe Earth 2 or something like that.
yeah, there was wasn't there a TV series called that?
Yeah. It was, I think, even from Spielberg. I even watched a few episodes. Oh, it was
Oh, there you
okay,
go.
but it was not that great. Yeah, but as I said, I thought he is still on Earth, but Earth is not where it's supposed to be, and that this thing that looks like Saturn is so close because Earth, the planet Earth, is not on the same spot as usual. That was just my impression back then as a child, but now when I saw it again, I thought it's just a planet that looks like Saturn, but it is not Saturn, and still think he is on Earth. Of course, it doesn't make sense that he's still alive, so kind of confusing, and also I'm not really sure what happened to the other both here, to what happened to the guy and the girl.
Well, perhaps his soul shifted through a dimensional blast or hole or something, and he occupied a new avatar. Perhaps he's in a exactly the same or similar body. It might look exactly the same, but he just went what 100,000 light years, 15 light years, who knows, to this new destination. And to get there, either he's in that same body, or I think he projected, because I don't think physically you could do that. The body was probably destroyed, but when the body was destroyed, his essence, his being, his spirit was shifted into this new body, which may have actually had, it was already on that location, and it may have had a different version of him, which has now been displaced by this version from Earth.
Yeah,
That's what I
maybe.
saw.
Maybe. It is really something to think about. What I
It's
really
odd. Everybody, when y'all were discussing it on the stream on Jez's channel, everybody had a different take on it, which is, it shows you what a quality movie it turned out to be. I mean, just a little British low budget movie from the mid '80s, and
yeah,
they, because of superior writing and decent acting and basically no special effects or anything, you have people talking about it 35 years later. That's
yeah,
pretty amazing.
and by the way, it's not British. It's New Zealandish. It's from New Zealand.
Is it New Zealand? I thought it was
Yeah.
British.
No. It's from another island. That's
Well,
from
they were all
another
part of the empire.
stupid island. Yeah, they're all
They
part.
are an island.
Yeah, they're all part of a little
I was gonna say no, it's a
empire.
continent, but that's Australia. It's actually off the coast.
Yeah, it's also an island, and yeah, and by the way, it was the most successful when it came out. It was the most successful New Zealand movie of all times back then.
Was it?
Yes, it
That's an
was.
interesting fact.
Yeah, and
So,
the
what
thing,
was its budget and what did it make?
no, its budget was something under $1 million or something like that, and it made just in the US it made 2 million, and I don't know what it made in the rest of the world, but even this success, because to get numbers from 40 years ago is not that easy at the box
Yeah,
office.
it's amazing you know so many of these numbers. I would have to
Yeah,
look at Google or something.
yeah,
It's
but
also amazing we're able to bring up that kind of information just at nothing. You know,
yeah, yeah, but it's a official thing that it was back then the most successful New Zealand movie, and it makes sense because people have to they have to think about what New Zealand movies were not that known outside New Zealand. Even Australian cinema is a really new thing outside Australia. Of course, I mean, don't mean in Australia itself. I mean that people become aware of Australian cinema or New Zealand cinema is a new thing.
well,
I
we
can
had Mad Max back in the late '70s, so it's not that new. I
yes
mean, there were some crossover
uh,
movies that made it here.
yes, which was back then the door opener. Mad Max was the one of the door opener for Australian cinema. And with New Zealand, many people, I think, got aware of New Zealand, maybe thanks to the
From Quiet
movie.
Earth.
Yeah, the Quiet Earth not so much, but I think more from the piano and movies like
Really?
that. Yeah. Piano is also and I think Dead Calm is also a new. I don't know if it's Australian. No, I think this is Australian again. Philip Noyce is Australian, not New Zealand. But New Zealand cinema, I can remember there was a movie. I was called the warrior, a female warrior, die Kriegerin. It was called here in Germany, which also was kind of popular, also a low budget movie and very popular. Also, where people got aware that there is a New Zealand cinema out there, but nowadays it's not secret cinema anymore because thanks to Peter Jackson, of course. Greg?
Yes, I'm listening.
Yeah.
I was getting a beer as well, and you caught me.
Yeah, I caught you. Yeah, but
hey, it's thirsty work, man.
What?
Cheers, everybody.
What, Texan and beer? How does that get together? I'm completely surprised.
Yeah, we definitely drink beer here.
Yeah. So next time you tell me that Irish people also drink beer, then I get completely shocked. Then I really have to talk with Nerd about that, this new phenomena.
I think they drink a lot of ale and stuff. But
Yeah,
surely they drink beer too.
Yeah, but who cares? It's
good lager.
they
have a good German style beer here called Shiner Bock. It's brewed in Shiner, Texas. It's my favorite beer.
Oh, cool. Yeah, if it's from Germany, you can expect
it's not from Germany, but it's from people who moved to Germany and created a German style beer in Texas.
Ah, okay. You mean it has a German touch?
Yeah, well,
Huh, okay.
It's from brewmeisters who came from Germany invented it. So
yeah, but this German touch, normally people think it's like a threat or something like that.
Right. Well, it's cheaper than trying to ship beer all the way over from there. Shiner's just down the road. But if you ever get a chance and you see some, give it a try. Let me know how it compares to actual German beer.
Yeah, I would love to, but here
I would like to hear from Germans what they think of it.
In stupid Germany, they still want people to wear masks when they go shopping, so they will never see me in a shop again. So
yeah, but you got some Hooters girl delivering your beer now.
Yeah, that is cool. That's a cool idea.
See, you got to look on the bright side of things.
Yeah, I should use the delivery service. So, Quiet Earth. To go back to that, the funny thing is, back then, as a child, when I saw the movie first time, I was not that impressed with the ending. I liked the movie very much, but the ending always bugged me a little bit, and not the end, not the final scenes. I mean the short storyline where they start to try to stop the experiment. Well, because I thought, what, why, who, what, where, what does that mean? Stop the experiment, because they had really no proof that the experiment is still going on. They just made that up. So, and that they just went with it. I thought, that is a little bit odd. But it's just the last parts of the movie, and it's really not that. It doesn't make the movie for me bad or something like that. I just was not happy with that as a child.
How did the book end as compared to the movie? You said he committed suicide again.
The book is a completely different story. The book it separates so much from the movie that you can say the movie is rather a remake of this black and white movie. Here, the Flash, this black and white movie, the Flash and the Sin and here. Can you remember? You saw the review or not?
I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to leave you hanging.
Yeah. But as I said, this it's rather a remake of that than a real adaptation of the Quiet Earth novel, because the Quiet Earth novel is just about the two men. It's not a love triangle or something like that. Not at all.
So you don't think that improved the story?
No. I don't think so. And also, I still like the movie, but I like the book better. And also, in the book, you are not really sure if this thing really is happening, because it's about the main character, the scientist, who the book starts with him and ends with him on his own, and it starts and ends with 2 suicides. So but of course we don't get from the get-go that it is a suicide like in the movie. It comes out with the story and during the story, and the first third of the book is really kind of just about the main character, and then he meets the Maori Api, and the rest of the book is really just about the two of them. And just
Orly Barr has a comment. He says he is hanging in the ropes as well. I'm probably butchering his name, but I just wanted to read the comment.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
He's called Burly Bear, by the way.
Burly Bear.
Yeah,
Okay.
Burly
I
Bear.
knew I was messing that up. I didn't know
Yeah.
how to read the dots above the Burly Bear. Okay.
Yeah, VN is also here. Hi VN, schön, dass du hier bist. And Atlanta, he's also here, or he's not here anymore. I don't know. And he's the
Brent
guy who
was here
says,
as well.
yeah, but Atlanta is the guy who says here, what the hell? Why aren't we speaking German? And he's probably one of the guys that can't read. When I put in German, I put the stream in German here on the site where I made advertising for it. I put on there English stream. So people, before they click on a link, maybe they should read what is written there before, because there's a Telegram channel where you can which supports streams. You can put your streams in there, and that people know, oh, there's somebody streaming here. And I put it in there in the German one, because I know there are also some Germans who also like to listen to English streams. If they are done well, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
And then there's our stream.
Yeah. So in the book, it is, as I said, it's just about the two men, and at the end they ran over the woman. In the whole book,
that is different.
Yeah, they ran over her with a car, and she gets deadly injured and dies shortly after. And then the men try to kill each other, and the main character kills the Maori, and after that he kills himself again and wakes up again. And that's
is he in the bed?
Yeah.
So he starts out. He's not on another planet. He's restarting the whole sequence. Is that what you're saying? Does it restart time wise as well?
Yeah. No, I don't know, because the book ends with him waking up again in the hotel room. It starts.
Too bad it didn't have like Groundhog Day, where it had the same song playing and you'd know.
Yeah, but
I guess.
But the story, but it's much more complex than I can tell here, because first off, the main character is. It seems like he's not a good guy here, because there's you get who he is from his memories. We learn about his wife and his child. He has an autistic child which drowned in the bathtub, and his wife blamed him for it, and we were not really sure if it was an accident or if he killed his child. We don't know that, because his memories even we can't trust.
Because he might be masking what actually happened to protect
Yeah,
himself
to protect himself, and which would also
from
explain
what he did.
all this crazy incident that happens, because he is kind of alone from the beginning, and then out of nowhere this Maori Api shows up, and they don't get along with each other. Not they get along, but not really well. They never really trust each other, and there's things they can't overcome, and it's really like that if it would be just in his mind, and before he went completely crazy, he thinks about meeting somebody like this Maori Api, and then he turns up, something like that. And yeah, and the thing with the woman at the end, I don't know what that means, because she's just so short in the story. She barely talks with them, because she gets really badly injured with the accident. They ran over her with a car and try to save her, but they can't, because they are not doctors, and have no medical knowledge. And when she dies, they kind of blame each other for her death, and and so at the end the main character is alone again. So really, I always thought he's in kind of in purgatory, or what you call it. He died, but not really, and didn't accept that he's dead. That's what this impression I got from the story, but I can't really tell you. As I said, it's a very complex story, and it's very technical, by the way. Oh my God, to go to so much technical stuff, because this guy is a scientist, and oh yeah, you get many science stuff in there.
Okay, Brent was talking about Babylon 5, which which I plan to go over. Have you seen that the new when they moved it to HBO Max, they did a 4K upscaling to it and made it clearer and better than it was?
No, I didn't see that, and I know that most people most complaints about Babylon 5 were because of the bad CGI, which they used back then, which was not bad. It was just not. It was
It wasn't
19.
bad at its time. I mean,
Yeah,
for a
at it.
television show in the mid '90s, it was really good.
Yeah,
But of course, we're talking 26 years later, and people are very persnickety about CGI now. So the acting was so good. Have you ever seen the updated versions of Star Trek, the original series,
yes,
where
yes.
they add new, new for what was it, 2007? I think they did it. But instead of having the old 1965 graphics, they replaced them. They didn't change anything about it, but they replaced the graphic. I think they're going to do that one day with Babylon 5, and this is like just the initial step of updating and clarifying. I've only seen a few scenes of it. I haven't watched it yet. I don't have HBO Max, but it makes me want to watch the series again.
Yeah, but it's a two-sided sword with this Star Trek, the new version, because I don't mind it. I don't think, oh my God, it's the worst thing ever made and they should keep it alone and things like that. No, I think it's okay that it exists, but for me, for myself, I prefer the old original versions with the old shitty effects. Uh,
Yes, I don't blame you. Let's see what Brent said. He says, speaking of Babylon 5, it has an ambience of its own. The story is the show. So, in
yeah,
other words, he's saying just look past the CGI, which I agree. I mean,
yeah,
Jakar and Londo. Sometimes I think the entire show is about those two, and everything else
yes,
is filler.
yes, and also the thing is, you can remember when George Lucas did his shit work with the special editions here, and the reason why people were so mad about them were not the fact that he did that. It was the fact that he denied the people the original versions. Steven Spielberg did this exactly the same thing with E.T. But he was smart. He put on the original version also on the DVD set back then, so that people could choose which version they prefer. And so he didn't get so much shit as Lucas. And I also think maybe people just out of curiosity want. I maybe just out of curiosity are going to watch the ET walkie-talkie version just for fun because it exists. But of course, I would be mad if this would be the only version that exists. Even I'm not a fan of ET, by the way. I can't stand ET. But still, I want to choose myself.
Brent
Uh,
says the truth is a three-sided sword. Cough, cough. I think the truth might even be uh, a mace, a ball covered with spikes. So there's so many different truths. Whack. Go ahead
huh?
with your thought.
A ball covered with spikes? So you mean a
It's a
corona
mace, yes.
a coronavirus?
Yeah,
Okay.
basically a coronavirus on a stick.
Yeah. Yeah, that is
Babylon
true.
5.
Yeah, but I can tell you, I'm going to take a look at this new version, and probably I'm not going to mind it as I didn't do with Star Trek. But I know me.
Well, they haven't replaced the graphics. I was saying that that would probably be the next step. What they've done is they've cleaned it up. They made it cleaner, more of a 4K. That'll help the crybabies who can't see past the CGI, so they can maybe watch enough of it to get hooked on the story. Although who knows? I don't think most people don't care about story nowadays. I don't know what they want. I guess they want a lot of action and special effects and CGI. But
Yeah.
Brent was right. The story is the key. The
Yes,
heart of the thing is the great acting
yeah,
and writing.
as I said, if people are still able to choose between the old version and the new version, I'm cool with it. Go on, do whatever you want, because if people don't like it, they don't have to watch it. Just watch the original version, and you are okay. Yeah, so that's my politic on it. And as I said, I'm going to take a look. Look like let's see how it looks like. Maybe I get surprised. Maybe I think, oh my God, it's the best thing ever. I don't know. As I said, I didn't have the time to look into it till now.
Well, Jez is planning on watching it. I wonder which version he'll be watching because I know he was complaining, about CGI as well. So I hope it makes it somewhat better and he's able to get the better version.
Yeah, but didn't just didn't see Babylon 5? I don't know. I don't know. I
No,
thought.
we were all talking about doing like a watch party and watching the whole thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, it looks sounds great. But these are 5 seasons, you know.
Yes, that's
So,
true.
so you
But he just started watching like Enterprise and some of the others. He was talking about it on one of the streams, I believe, recently.
Yeah, yeah.
Brent says
No.
he'll keep his old box set. I also have that box set of Babylon 5.
Yeah, Legend of the Rangers continue to gather
And I've
dust.
got many of the old Star Treks with the original, and I do a lot of times prefer the original graphics. But I also sometimes prefer the updated version because they didn't change anything. They just they inserted the new CGI, and I think it improved it so that not so much for us. I think it's for these people who can't look past the graphics, and they would end up mocking the show. And now it's a lot harder for them to mock because they probably never even see the original special effects, which is kind of sad. They're you know for their time they were groundbreaking.
Yes, yes, and as I said, I probably stay with the originals as usual, and yeah, but I don't think there's much more to say about this issue. So yeah, with Quite Earth, I think we're quite done. I
Right?
would say.
Okay.
Uh,
I would like
uh,
to move on according to our list. Resident Alien. I only
uh,
saw the first two episodes. I didn't see they had a third one out, or I would have watched it. But
yeah, but
I'm really enjoying this show.
yeah, wait a second. You call yourself Omega Greg, and we didn't talk about Omega Man.
No, that's part of our Matheson. Yes, isn't that Richard Matheson? Didn't he write that? Wouldn't that be
Okay,
part of? You know, you're going to jump
okay.
ahead, and
No, no,
that's near
no,
the
no,
end of the list. You said go by the list.
no, no. Okay, okay, okay. No, I didn't think about that. You are right.
Hmm.
Okay.
Right? I'm just doing what you said to do. So here we go. Next on the list, we have Resident Alien episodes 1 and 2.
Yeah, yeah, and I would really like to put it together with the other TV series with Pennyworth because I watched from that episode 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, well that's fair.
Yeah, so let's make a TV series special yet. So Resident Alien. Yeah, but by the way,
Do you want to tell the people what Resident Alien is about?
yes, I can do that. Resident Alien is about an alien that comes to Earth and because it wants to destroy it. It wants to put a bomb here or something like that. Just drops a bomb and leaves and kills everybody. But it has an accident and the spaceship uh, uh, is
Its ship gets struck by lightning.
yeah, it gets struck by lightning, and so he loses also the destruction device.
Yeah, he was
So
trying to deploy it, and it he crashed or something.
yes, because it was also kind of a snowstorm or something like that, like we have now in Germany, directly in front of my door. Uh,
Oh, nice. Have you made a snowman?
I could make a snow. No, it's illegal here in Germany. They chase
You
people
got
who.
to put a mask on it though.
No, Greg, it's not a joke. They chase people and arrest people, give them fines if they make snowmans or if
Really?
they and even they even go after children. It's crazy. Here in Germany are some crazy things happening. It's much worse than it was ever
Now
in
that's making
history.
me sad.
There's no time in history where people get that
Oh, it's like one or
restricted.
two times I can think of probably, but I'm
No,
not there.
no, I can tell you. If people say there was another time where it was that, where people get that restricted, he's lying. Because there was no time where they even building a snowman or something like that can you can get fined for that. So
Okay, all
yeah,
right. Well, I don't want to get off on that again. Uh, that's sad
yeah,
though.
yeah.
Anyway, this is the happy part of the stream because it's set in Colorado. Colorado is a state in the United States. It's up in the mountains. There's a lot of snow, and the ship gets struck by lightning, and it loses its important cargo, which is something to destroy the entire population of the Earth. We don't know about that right away, and it probably would have been better to tell you that after you got to know the opening, but it's okay.
No, because we know get that in the first episode. The whole first episode is just
At the
about
end of the
that.
first episode.
Yeah, the end of the first episode. He tries to hide
But
as
it's
a human.
funny. Uh, he comes in. He crashes. He walks into this house, which has a doctor who's living well outside of town, and the doctor tries to hit him with a golf club or something, and he kills the doctor, throws his body in the lake, and then he has the ability to molecularly alter his body. It looks like it somehow becomes human because
Yes,
he's having to deal with human emotions and the effects of alcohol and things. So it's not just an exterior, it's not that he's in his alien body. His body actually changes, which I think is an important point to make for the show.
oh, wait a second. We can talk about that. First off, he seems to be a shapeshifter in general, but his shapeshifting abilities are not like the ones from Odo here from Star Trek DS9. He is a shapeshifter who goes through a transformation which hurts, like the one we saw in American Werewolf.
Yes, or
So
almost like in Babylon 5, where Delenn, who just passed, Mira Farran, uh,
yes,
she cocoons herself up and actually be transformed from alien to human.
yeah, but he doesn't cocoon himself up.
No,
He
he's able to do it like you say, more of a American Werewolf in London style,
yes, and yeah,
which
and
was a great movie.
yeah, which was a great movie, and I think they showed us the scene just that we get the feeling they establish that he just not can't just change in another one or something like that. It would be for him a very hurtful process, so that we get used to the idea that it would be important if we can stay in this form, because we also get many scenes also in the upcoming episodes how he tries to become this guy.
That's right. He has to learn to walk and the dexterity just to brush his teeth and all the different things. It looks like it takes him weeks or longer.
Yes, and so I I really like these parts of the series, because I like it when things get established, and then you get a payoff for that, and
Well, and it
they
makes sense too. Normally, they just brush over stuff like that. Matter of fact, I can't think of any TV series or movie where they followed the logical progression of what it might be like to have to swap into an alien body. Normally, they can instantly speak our language and they know all the customs and they can walk and talk and they know the colloquialisms. It's ridiculous. This he's a doctor and he ends up taking over the practice. So he'll be doing just fine, and he'll make a mistake like, "Oh, let's see that tit," because even though it's a word for breast, it's not considered appropriate. It'd be
yes, and
like if I went to Germany and learned German, but I didn't know the customs and I didn't know which German word to use when,
yeah,
or y'all coming here, same thing.
yes, of course, and what people should know is also the fact that he seems to be very smart, or very intelligent. He always compares humans to uh,
Lizards.
uh, lizards. Yeah. So and he is much superior. I like that part. It reminded me, for some reason, I really like that part. A superior being.
I wonder why that is.
Uh, yeah, I also has to be a coincidence, for sure. So
And it didn't once he even mention even the gray aliens wouldn't do something. I think he mentioned the gray aliens in passing. I don't know if he was doing that as a joke or if the gray aliens actually exist in this universe.
Yeah, I think he said that they built here this
That's
Stonehenge
right.
thing.
I think he said that's right. They built Stonehenge, and
Yeah, but
apparently the Brits were not helpful at all.
yes, yes, as usual, as usual, they were not helpful at all, useless as usual. Yeah. So, the so his mission or his goal is fit in society. It's a small town here, a small town in the hills or something like that, with 2,000 inhabitants, and so he wants to fit in till he founds the advice to destroy Earth. That's what this first episodes were about. And of course, we get situations. There's one child that can see his true form for some reason.
Yeah, 9-year-old boy, I think. Well,
Yeah.
he explained it that only 1 in a million has a genetic makeup that would allow them to see through his whatever
Oh,
you call it. That
okay, Greg. Then now we have the first uh, uh, illogical mistake, which doesn't make any sense. Because if he changes his form, why should anybody be able to see behind that? Because there is nothing behind that. He's not wearing a mask or a disguise. He changed his he changed himself completely.
yes, he did.
So if somebody can see his true form, what does that mean?
Well, remember when he looks at himself like in reflection, he sees the alien form.
Yeah, which doesn't make any sense either.
Yeah, but you don't
Because
understand alien technology. It's
it's
that
not
primitive lizard brain of yours.
it's
Like he
not
said, you're dumber than a lizard. Oh my
yeah,
God, he was talking about you, Cub.
no, he wasn't. He
Yeah,
was
yeah.
he's a
That's what
he's
he would say if he was here and he was
no,
trying to explain it to you. That's what he would say. It's because
no,
y'all, clearly it's something we don't understand yet. I'm sure it'll be explained
you get
in
that
a future
completely
episode.
wrong because he's a superior
Well, I'm
being
never
and
wrong.
and
Sometimes I'm not as right as I
no,
could be.
no, he's a superior being, so like Germans are, so he clearly talks about everybody else.
Yes, I tell you the truth. When I was watching that episode, he did remind me of Cub.
Yeah, so okay, these are some minor mistakes. I really don't mind them. It's not that I think, oh my God, I can't watch it anymore. But it really doesn't make any sense. If he would use something, a device that hides himself, or a technique, or maybe hypnosis or whatever, then it would make sense. But like they showed it to us that he transforms himself physically, nobody should be able to see something else than what is there. And even
But when
he
he
shouldn't
looks
be.
in the mirror or reflection, he sees himself. And also when he was dancing and we saw a reflection of him in the mirrors, he was the alien. So there's
Yeah,
something we're not understanding.
no, these scenes, first off, the scenes in the
I
mirror,
don't think it's a mistake. I think it's something we're not understanding.
no, these scenes in the mirror, what these reflections are just for the audience. It's not something that really happens in the story. I'm pretty sure it's a technique that was used before in other movies and series and so on. That sometimes just the audience is able to see the true form for some reason, like in the mirror or something like that, but not really. But it's not really there. It's really just there for the audience, that they don't get too much confused. I think this is just
Oh, you think that's true? Well, then that wouldn't
yeah.
explain why the boy can see him.
Yeah, the thing with the boy is just they pull it just out of their ass. because it's
You know what it could be? It could be some type of electromagnetic field or
y-
projection that projects what he really is through to certain people with the genetic code. Perhaps
yeah, but
that's why he can see it, and that's
uh,
why his own race could see it. Perhaps it's a defense mechanism, so when they take another form, they're not killed by their own people,
yeah,
and
but we,
and and
w-
so and so they can be seen as they are by their own race and by a tiny percentage of others. So
yes, but
actually, that kind of does make sense, doesn't it?
no, we
if
shouldn't.
if you were having people infiltrate other races or in this case species, then having an ability to see your own agents would be very helpful.
Yeah, but this is not Star Trek or original Star Trek. This is just a low budget sci-fi.
I'm giving you a possible explanation. You can of course
Uh,
reject it.
it's just a low budget,
Rejected by Cub.
uh, low budget sci-fi series, which is just it's not
It's
that
an
logical.
excellent show. This is the first show I've enjoyed in
Yeah,
I don't know
yes.
how long.
Hey, I say
It's
it's
funny. It's
uh,
funny.
Greg.
It,
I like the show, but I say I don't watch
you're
it like.
complaining bitterly about it.
Hey,
It's
I don't watch it like I would watch something like original Star Trek, where I expect logic and that things make sense. I know that most of the things in the show are just there for fun. They are not really.
and they actually are fun. I mean, these people never are able to do anything that's fun anymore. I'm very impressed that they were able to make this show,
Yes,
and it makes me hopeful. If they can make this show, Cub, they can make other shows that are good.
yes,
If this thing is successful, it could be that we're turning the corner on some of this nonsense we've been seeing. Terrible writing like Batwoman, and I'm not even going to go into how bad
hey,
these shows are. All the
Greg,
new Star Trek shows.
Greg, as I said, I like the show. I don't mind it. I can also shut my brain off and just enjoy things. And this is one of the shows where I really say, uh, even if it
Well,
not.
you had to shut your brain off on the kids seeing it, apparently. But other than that, is there really anything else they've done that you consider wrong?
Oh,
It's a pretty smart show.
there are so many things that don't make any sense. But as I said, I don't mind. It's there for fun. I'm cool with that. And by the way, I know exactly what this is a remake of. By the way, I said it directly in the first episode when we watched it here together with Jess on Digital Pollution's Discord. By the way, everybody can join. By the way, it's linked in Jess's streams and videos and so on. Uh, when I saw it, I directly said, "Oh my God, this is a remake of Coneheads." If you can remember
Conehead?
that, yes,
Of course I remember
Coneheads.
Conehead. Consume mass quantities. And you remember
Yes,
where the Coneheads are from?
Cone, Cone Planet.
Conehead? Connie Conehead? Now, where are they from when they tell people, where are you from? And they say which part of Earth?
French. They're from French.
Yes, France.
Yes,
They are from
yes,
France.
yes. When, yeah, the thing is, the story of Coneheads is exactly the same story, because the Coneheads were on
The
Earth.
Coneheads were not here to destroy the planet, though.
Yes, they were here to.
To scout for an invasion, not to
Yes,
destroy all
yeah.
humans.
Okay, but
That's
please,
not exactly the same.
it's
That
not.
your logic is flawed
It's not.
and imperfect.
Okay.
Nomad would have to sterilize you.
Okay. So, they were here not as our friends, and they stuck here like this alien, and they try to fit in, save their own culture, because they wanted to go back from these stupid apes here on this planet, because they were much superior. And
Okay,
but
yeah, I do see it now that you
yeah,
point it out.
Yeah, but by staying here, they figured out that Earth people are very nice, and they liked it here, and they even figured out that they were even nicer or better, or not better, but even the society, they liked the society much more than their own one, which
So it's
they.
a good thing they didn't crash into Germany.
Yeah, it's a good thing that, yeah, of course, if they would have crashed into Germany, we were fucked, but
Right. We would be doomed.
yeah, we were
No offense to the Germans.
already doomed. But the thing is, and then it ends with that the Coneheads, uh, uh, because the people, their own people, also thought of themselves that they were superior, but they weren't. They were stupid fucks. So
Who does that remind me of?
yeah, and our main conehead, he figures that out and can fool his people. He can pretend that
That's
Earth
Dan
is.
Aykroyd.
Yeah, Dan Aykroyd. He pretends that Earth has weapons and things like that, and that they should stay away from it. And so he saves Earth, that he can live here in peace. And of course, this is also going to be the plot of Resident Alien. It's the only way to go. He, of course, because he becomes
We
more
don't know
human.
that. He wants to destroy the Earth still.
Yes, but so what? Do you think
He
at the
seems
end?
like he has no problem with it.
Yeah, but do you think at the end of season one he's going to destroy the Earth
Not at the end of season
and
one, at the end of
and season two
the series.
and season two plays on another planet or what?
Oh no, at the end of the series, perhaps he destroys it. We don't know.
No, we know for sure. He, of course, but which is also not going to make much sense, but it's okay because I know they go the Conehead approach, just stretched out for a whole TV series, upgraded also here to 2020 or 2021, which I'm fine with. I'm totally
It's a funny
fine with.
show. I
Yes.
actually the jokes, everything about this show is just fun. I
Yeah.
would recommend. I might even make a video. Euler Greg recommends. I haven't never done one of those because there's nothing to recommend, just about, except old stuff, which I'll do reviews on. But anything current, the last show I watched on TV was Grimm, I think, which Cub hates because it didn't stick to the original stories or something. But I actually had fun watching it. It was just a fun
Hey,
TV show.
at least I watched the first 2 or 3 seasons of Grimm. It's not that I hated it so much that I didn't watch it or something like that. I gave it
Yeah,
a fair chance. Okay.
it was a fun show. It was it. I didn't read the original Grimm's fairy tales, really. So I didn't have anything to be mad about having been
No,
changed.
I'm not so mad about that they didn't adapt the original stories. I'm mad about that they pay so little respect for the characters. Because they just widely used the names from the characters from the stories, and gave them whoever came by, and their abilities didn't make any sense and things like that. That was where I was mad about. Okay, it's not that I thought, oh my god, they should have adapted this story and this story and this story. No, because these are stories that are not connected in any way, and you can't, if you want to put them into something that makes sense, like a TV series, you would get something like Once Upon a Time or something like that, which
Uh, Burley Bear made a comment. I know I'm still butchering his name, talking about woman run over by a car, reminded him of a movie with Patrick Swayze and Hilary Swank called 1114 from 2003. He watched it in a hotel in Belfast. I don't think I've ever seen that movie. Have you, Cub?
sounds familiar. If it's a
Nearly
time
20 years
travel,
ago.
no. If it's a time travel movie, I maybe have seen it, but if it's
Is
not,
it?
I don't think so, because
I don't know.
there was something like Groundhog Day or something like that. but it's
That was from like 12 minutes ago, so I don't
yeah,
know.
but
Maybe he can add additional information, or maybe he's gone. You never
no,
know.
but I think I haven't seen it. I'm not that big of Patrick Swayze or Hilary Swank fan anyway, so there
I
was
may
no
have seen
reason.
it, but it's been so long ago. I can't recall.
I would say I haven't seen it because after 2000, I was not so much into movies at all. There was just crap. The last movie I can remember really wanted to see in that time period was Cube. Uh, for me personally, the last interesting movie from that time period, and Cube is from 1998. It just came out here in later 2000 or here in Germany. Came out so late.
Yeah, it's a long time ago too.
Yeah, yeah, but after that, really, I didn't care for the movies at all. A lot of War I can remember. That was the one I wanted to see and really liked. And
Oh, here we go. It's a movie where several separate incidents are all connected at the end.
oh, okay, okay. So it's like something like Magnolia.
Yes,
Uh,
yes, I've
oh,
seen that. That's what he's talking about. That would have to be very similar.
yes, yes. Sounds interesting. I have to take a look. Burly Bear is, by the way, he's an interesting guy. I talked sometimes with him on my German, here on his stream. He has also a stream, and he was also guest on my stream. So yeah,
But
he's
he
an
probably
interesting.
has a stream in German, right?
Yes, but he is also can also speak very good English. If
Oh,
he
there you
would,
go.
yeah, he's one of the few guys who could join if he would, if he wants to, with no problems. His English is as good as mine, even better some in some parts, because I think he's older than me, and yeah, it shows. As I said,
He says
so
quite mind-boggling movie. He looked for years for the title, and finally it was shown in German TV one time.
yeah, but you
Wait,
can. Yeah, but you can see, Greg, if somebody writes this kind of English, you can guess he knows he knows the language. Okay.
yeah, yeah, I
So
wasn't questioning his English.
yeah, and yeah, but I am questioning your taste as usual.
I wouldn't
But
even have known he was German without
hey,
the
hey,
strange
but Greg,
name.
the thing with your taste, that's why you got here at uh,
A
got
strike,
here
a
got the
warning,
time. No, got the time here with what do you call the time when you make a time with the doctor? What do you call that?
appointment.
Is it appointment? Is it called that? That's why you made an appointment with Dr. Kapp to get this taste
That's what
thing
you call it.
fixed. Okay. Hey, I made my doctor at the same university here, Frankfurter Universität. It's called here in Germany, like this other famous doctor, Dr. Drosten.
Frankfurter University, like a hot dog.
No, Frank. Yes, Frank Further. Frank, Frank and Further University.
Wait, that's a university I can get behind.
Yeah. No, it's called Frankfurter Universität, and you can get there your doctor. Just have to go there, have to say, I want a doctor for that and that, and then they say, yeah, okay, if you have enough money, here's your doctor, and yeah, but of course you don't have to get caught like Drosten. He got caught that he didn't make he didn't write a doctor treatment or whatever what you call it, and so he can't use the doctor anymore. Now he's Mr. Drosten. Like I said in my in my island of Mr. Here, the island of Mr. Drosten, island of Dr. Moreau
Like
review.
Dr. Frankenstein.
Yes, but
He
he is
got a
not.
title
No,
script.
no. But Drosten is just Frankenstein. He's not doctor. Doctor Victor Frankenstein was a real doctor. Not like Drosten. Drosten is a fraud. He doesn't have a real doctor. They had to remove the doctor from his name. And now when in the media they talk about him, they call him just Drosten, Mr. Drosten, or they call him Professor Drosten, because for the professor you don't need to learn anything. The professor is something you can
Well, that's
buy
not how you say it. You say it. They call me Mr. Drawson, like the movie Mr. Tibbs.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's an old reference. Sidney
Yeah.
Poitier movie from the '60s, I believe.
Yes, I know. Call me Mr. Tips. Very
Well, I
good
know
one.
you know, but I was saying that for our audience.
Ah, who cares for the audience?
I
When it's
care.
yeah, because you are a nice person from Texas. This is the problems with you Texans. You are just too nice. You are much too
That's
nice for this
probably
world.
true.
Yeah. Oh, look, Mumin is also here. Ah,
Oh,
here,
cool.
Doctor. Yeah, Dr. Cup and Professor Greg. Yeah, Mumin analyzed the situation perfectly.
The
So,
doctor of Mr. Drosten is in question, says Burly Bear. Burly Bear, sorry.
yeah,
The title had been stolen. Oh my God. And Mummin
yes.
says, evening, Dr. Cub and Professor Greg. I've been promoted. And he says, call me sir. Sir Burly Bear. Now that what I can do that. We call everybody sir here. So you've been promoted.
Yeah, it looks like that. Now I really got a title, and this title is much more worth than the one from Drosten, by the way. Hey, and by the way, Drosten he has two professor titles, two, and the two are sponsored. You can also get a professor title legally. You just have to need somebody who pays for it. That's all. It's a difference between professor and doctor. For the doctor title, normally you have to work. You have to make a work about something. Call it my work about or my theory about this and that. But for the professor, you don't need that. You just need somebody with money, and he pays for that. And Drosten got somebody with money, a family called Familie Quandt. Uh, and this family is the owner of BMW.
Isn't that the kind of car that you own?
No, no, I can't afford a BMW anymore. I could
But
afford
you
one.
did own one at one time.
Yes, yes.
So isn't that a conflict of interest?
No, because I got rid of it in time 20 years ago, so I'm not in conflict anymore. But it's really interesting if people ask themselves why every time when it comes to the professor title of Drosten, I call him Mr. Drosten with a professor sponsored by BMW, that people get the reference. Because, as I said, this family, it's called Family Quandt. They're billionaires here in Germany, evil people, as every billionaire, of course. And they bought two titles for their pet, for their house pet, Drosten. Probably Drosten is one of the house pets, like Merkel is a house pet for Gates, and yeah, and they gave him two professor titles, and he never, because a professor normally is like a teacher. He should teach the students, but he never did that, not one time. So he had two titles that make him a double teacher, and kind of for students, but he never taught any student anything. He never had
Brent
a
has to go, so it's good night for Brent.
yeah, okay. Bye, Brand. Uh, thanks for showing
And
up.
Burly Bear, Sir Burly Bear, says Germany is a state, in quotation marks, where corruption is a daily business.
Yes, yes,
The
yes.
families behind the scene.
Yes, the
So,
families
like the big corrupt families
yes,
basically run everything, is what he's saying.
yes, we have here some of these big families, like here the Quants are one of them. They own a BMW, and we
A
have
BMW which you owned. I have never owned a BMW.
yeah,
So,
but
there's that.
no, every German has owned one time in his life a BMW. It's part of being a German.
I understand. It's your main car company.
Hey, you own
I'm just
MS.
messing with you.
Hey, you are become an arrogant asshole who owns a Mercedes, or you become an even more arrogant asshole and own a BMW. There's nothing in between. In Germany, everybody, when he has the right age, with 18, he has to decide which kind of asshole he wants to become. And I decided back then to become the BMW asshole for 2 years or something like that, and because I thought it was cool. Yeah, but it's long ago, and it has nothing to do with this other thing. So yeah, but yeah, these millionaire families, they own here everything. Worst thing, of course, they own the media, because the media here in Germany is owned by 3 families. All the media, all of it, every newspaper and so on. And yes, and here, thanks Burly Bear. BMW, of course, means Bavarian motorcycle factory. Yeah, near motors factory. Yeah, that's
Motor factory. Yeah, I think we all know that. Good old Bavaria.
yeah, yeah, Bavaria. Yeah, in Bavaria, it looks really dark for the people because they have a stupid fuck as leader who makes rules for his people and wants also make rules for Germany, because he's our
Germans love rules.
yes, he's also our in minister, I think, or something like that, and he's some minister also for Germany, and his rules, and he has a wife that works, has a company that sells the stuff this stuff you need for this Corona crap. Yeah, you can buy mostly for businesses and shops. So, for example, if you want, they made here some rules sometimes. If you want to open your shop or whatever, here back then a few months ago, you have to have something where you can wash your hands and things like that. And his wife sells this stuff. So he puts on rules, and his wife sells the stuff, and he becomes a billionaire thanks to that. And this is here normal in Germany.
Yeah, we have some similar people like that here.
Yes, yes.
They're
And
called
also,
Democrats.
yes, and also he bought this FFP2 masks. He bought too much of them a few months ago, for and paid it with taxpayer money. And they didn't want to pay the companies where they bought the masks. They bought many millions of them. So now he made the law because of that, because to get rid of them, he made the law that now everything is you can go in public if you wear these stupid FFP2 masks, which nobody can breathe from, which normally you can't even use without consultation of a doctor. There's even laws here for safety, work safety. These masks, you can use them just 30 minutes, and you have to consultate a doctor for that, and the doctor has to give you an approval that you are even allowed to use it, and also you can't use it without instruction, with somebody instructing you and things like that. So, but they don't care for that because he's what do you call it, inhuman piece of crap. He's not a human being. He doesn't act like one. He really doesn't care. And he just wants to make money, that his wife can sell her crap. And yeah, that's welcome to Germany. That's how it goes here.
Well, Sir Burly Bear says the BRD, I think that means Germany, is still the 51st state of the USA corporation. But we don't want any more states.
Yes,
Y'all can go free.
yes, that's true. Burly Bear. You are completely right with that. So yeah, let's go on with Resident Alien. So the first two episodes that you have seen, I think you liked them. I have also
Yes, I
seen.
did like them. I was surprised, very surprised that anything in 2021 was, actually going to be funny. His interactions with the boy who can see him, whether you like the fact that he can see him or not, you got to just suspend your disbelief and try and enjoy yourself for once. Have a beer or something, and before you watch the episode, because he shoots the finger at him. He sneaks into his room to kill him because he gets so drunk that when he's drunk on whiskey, I mean, you've been super drunk like that, I'm sure. You're like, oh, it's a great idea. I'll just go by the house and kill him. And and he sneaks in through the window and he's trying to kill him, and the kid screams, and the parents come running into the room, and he's actually hiding under the bed. That's a age old trope of kids. There's a monster under the bed, an alien under the bed, and there really was. But
Yes, yes, I know.
but
But
of course they don't look. They're not going to look. They just take him out of the room, and when he's leaving, the alien shoots him the finger, which is
yeah,
really funny. But then later, uh, in the second episode, when he's taking over the practice of the doctor who stabbed his own throat because he had been poisoned. Of course, he killed the other doctor, ironically, the same night, and took his identity. But anyway, the boy has a rash or something wrong with him, and he goes to see him, and he tries to kill him, and the boy runs out of the office. But the next time he comes in, the boy is he got to do some stitches because he shows up at the boy's house and he cuts the brake wires on his bike, and the boy
yes, yes.
crashes, but he doesn't get killed. He just gets injured, and and he was so disappointed. He was ready to give his condolences, and he's like, "What? He's only injured," and so he didn't give him any anesthetic. He just gave him stitch after stitch, and the boy by now is standing up to the alien.
Yes, yeah, I like that. But I thought I was a little bit disappointed with the scene where he got drunk because I thought it would be hilarious if he would really not be completely like a human reacting to alcohol in the same way. I would prefer something like in Alien Nation, where alcohol didn't affect them, but milk did for some reason. Something like that I would have liked. I thought they a little bit dropped the ball with it, or thought it's not that important. But I would really like that. That would be I would thought that would be much funnier. But it's okay.
Well, I mean, this way he's in the bar and he's able to go dancing and stuff. I think it's since he's having an actual he has our bodies, it makes sense that he would metabolize alcohol in the same way we do. Now, yes,
Yep.
he's an alien, and that would be a quick joke that only Cub would enjoy, because the milk makes him drunk. But this way, he can go to a bar, he can get drunk, and have the effect on a regular basis. I think instead of a one-off joke, the kind some people might write,
Hey,
I
it would
think
be it would
I
be a
think it
nice
was smarter.
reference. It would be
You like that? You like that? That's me taking a shot at Cub. Sorry.
Hey, it would be a nice reference to another great movie, Alienation, and a cool TV
Yeah.
series. Alienation is also a TV series, by the way.
Okay, Sir Burley Bear has a question. State equals lackey of Vatican. Maybe. The crown. Does he mean the English crown or something? The 13 families or some aliens. I told him it's probably aliens. And then it's Dominion. It's called a prison planet, perhaps. Yes, like a Dominion, like the English had their various dominions,
Mm.
and didn't Australia start out as a prison facility, a whole continent?
Yeah, by the way, Burley, he's into history and stuff. and I was on his channel. We talked a little bit about history, and yeah, he's into that. Uh, so
VN says Cubs hay is legendary. So I got a hay out of you,
okay, hey, was soll das?
right?
So yeah, and as I said, I also watched the third season. Can you remember how by the way, every season, every episode ends with a cliffhanger. Can you remember the cliffhanger from episode 2, Greg?
Um, cliffhanger. No, you go ahead and tell me. I'm typing.
Yeah, yes, they found a foot from the lake at the end. So
Oh, they found that guy floating on his. If you remember, he fell. Some random guy we never saw fell off of a cliff taking a selfie, and he landed on what must be the device that's going to destroy the planet. Remember, he was suspended in the air, and then the
yes,
other people
yes,
came up and found him. That was the
yes,
cliffhanger, right?
yes. That was a cliffhanger, but also they
But
found
you're saying the foot. What foot?
yes, but they also found a foot from in the lake, and they are expecting that there is a dead body because they found a separated foot also. And this is what episode 3 is about. It's about this because they are searching for the body, and they even think they find it even, and also this floating guy. Wait a second, are you sure? Isn't the floating guy at the end of episode 3?
No, it must be. I haven't seen episode 3. I keep telling you that, so it can't be at the end of episode 3, right?
Maybe you have seen it and you just can't remember.
Maybe it was an alternate reality version of myself that saw it.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, but as I said, this is what episode 3 is about, and yeah, it's also very
Hay
good.
is used by the Swedish. It says hail in Germany, ahoy, or heil. Hmm. I'm reading Sir Burley Bear's stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to distract you, but I take shots when you do your yeah, but.
I never do that. You are making here things
I've definitely heard it.
completely up, and you have
Oh
no.
my God, I've got drunk drinking to your yeah, but.
Hey, no, there's no proof for that.
There is proof.
No, can't prove that. So
Heil means well or healthy. Am I reading that? That can't be right.
yes, it means that because it when you say that you somebody heilen, dass du jemanden heilst, it means that you heal him. By the way, also heil means healing.
I wouldn't have guessed
Heilen,
that.
heilen.
All right.
Yes,
Well, I'm learning German, one word at a time.
yes, and the hail doesn't come from Germany. It comes from here Rome. Times of the Romanian Empire. Hail Caesar, for example.
Yes, they would slap their fist to their chest, swing it out like
Yes,
"Hail Imperator." It
yes.
was a sign of respect to the general or the emperor.
Yeah, at least they say so. I don't know if it's true or not, but I also don't care.
Well, I wasn't there. I'm going by stuff I've read. I
Yeah.
also have read some history.
Yes, and so much for Resident Alien. I think we give out a recommendation, and I would say next time we talk about the whole season, probably, or let's look how many episodes are aired till we make it our
How
next
many do you think
stream.
they're going to make? Are they going to cheap us out with 10? Back in the 60s, they'd make like 25, 30 episodes.
Yeah, I have no clue because we are now in such confusing confusing times. I can't tell you because the next series we are talking about has exactly that problem. It's a good series. I watched the first 3 episodes till now, and the reason for that, by the way, is that I want to take a little bit my time with it. I really enjoyed the episodes, and I didn't want to rush through them. So I like the story. So I'm talking about Pennyworth, and but this series has the problem that after episode 4 of the second season, it's kind of cancelled. Or do you think it's just on hiatus?
I think it's on hiatus. It was a popular series, and it got shut down only because of the virus.
Really? What did the virus do? Eat the film material
Well,
or what?
it what it did was it killed the insurance, so they couldn't
Oh,
shoot.
yeah. The
You
stupid
know, that's a real thing. That
virus.
they whether the virus is real or not, if the insurance gets canceled, they can't shoot,
Yeah,
and they
but
need to come back at it. But they
yeah,
left it at such a
which by the way, Greg, which doesn't make any sense because people with the virus get older than people without it. They die
maybe they can just have
later.
people who have the virus shoot the
Yeah.
movies. I don't know.
So it
But
doesn't
the
make.
question of Pennyworth, the name Pennyworth is referring to Alfred Pennyworth, who was Batman's butler.
Yes.
And
And
this
also,
movie, not movie, this series is set in either the 50s or 60s when Alfred, Batman's butler, was a young man just out of the military.
yes, and now I have to ask you some questions because you are more into the comic stuff than I am, obviously. So
I don't know about that.
for starters, is it a fact that Alfred's father was also a butler? Is this an established thing?
Yeah,
I
we're
think
in
it
trouble
is.
here. I'm not this
No,
big comic book
no,
guy.
no, Greg, I think it is because in one of the Batman movies, Alfred here in the fourth one, Batman and Robin, Alfred is going to die, and he said in one scene that he comes from a family of butlers or something like that, or from a
And
from a line.
that would be normal, I think,
Yes,
for
yeah,
that society, British society of that time.
yes,
It would
yes.
be something passed down. This is a European thing, which I'm sure y'all know about more than I do. That families would get into a certain profession or trade or whatever, and it would be passed down through generation. So
Yes.
this is not abnormal, especially something like being a butler. I do
So
believe from my readings that his father was a butler, but I can't be sure. I'm not like Jez or somebody who's an expert on the comic book.
yeah, I also don't know it from the comic books, but from the movies. As I said, there was some
I
scenes
do
here.
remember that from the movie, and that makes sense.
Yeah. For me, it makes sense because when he gets that he's dying, he wants to reach out to his brother, who is also a butler, and also he says he comes from a family which has a long tradition with serving people or something like that.
So we should set up the show a little bit. It's not just set in the previous time period. It's a mixture of the 50s and 60s, and it's set in a time where it appears Germany wasn't defeated in World War II. I don't think they defeated Britain, but they must have had some sort of a treaty or something because it looks like from just a few little news reports, all you'd see of that was on television. So Britain's totally different. They're
Yeah.
being
There.
taken over by their own fascist,
Yeah.
it
Yes.
probably as a result of not losing the war but not winning the war. And
Yes.
America is isolationist. I don't know if America ever
Yes.
got into the war at all.
And that put still people into the tower and make open public executions, and very bloody ones, gory ones.
Yes. Yeah.
Which
And America's CIA is over there messing with the setting up politicians with doing all kinds of stuff. Doing the good old American thing we do.
yes. First off, for at the beginning, I want to say I like the show. I think it's very entertaining. I give directly a recommendation for it. Watch it because it's really good. You can enjoy it. I like it even more than I like Resident Alien, because Resident Alien is also a good show, but it's a comedy show. And this one, I thought, for a change, it's nice to see this thing treated seriously. It's not a comedy show.
It's a dark show.
It's very
but it's
dark.
well acted.
Yes, it's well acted, and it's even. I think people maybe don't get it directly how dark it is, because there are really some scenes in there that creep you out.
It gets darker.
Yeah, and also there's a gore in it. Really, it's brutal, and it's really a strange mixture, because I really thought at first it's a harmless show about the butler of Batman, about Alfred. Never expected it to be.
And to be clear, we haven't seen any type of Batman villains or any of the campy stuff or anything that would relate to any of the shows of the comic books or series or movies.
No, but
other than the fact that he's going to be Batman's butler one day, and they do have Batman's father, who's in the series, shows up. He acts as a agent of the CIA, and he's rich. But there's nothing. There's no Joker. There's no Batwoman. There's no Catwoman. There's nothing like that. This is a serious series. It's not some comic book fantasy.
Yeah, but we also get Batman's mother, Martha. She's also there. She's not called Martha. She is called Martha Kane, not Wayne. Kane. But I'm sure, is she supposed to be Martha? Because John,
I don't know. Probably, but I wasn't going to give away the whole series.
Yeah, because
you want people to watch it.
Yeah, because the Wayne guy, he says he's not married yet, and
right.
So, and then there was this episode, the third episode, I think, the one with Martha, and yeah, it was interesting to see that. But as I said, I didn't watch the rest of it till now because I didn't have the time and I didn't want to rush it. No, but I'm going to. I'm really looking forward to it. By the way,
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yes, it was really a good tip from you, Greg. And yeah, but tell us what is going on besides that in this series. You mentioned here that there's going to be a takeover, maybe from the fascist system there, from the fascist party there.
Yeah, they basically have a coming civil war and a growing fascist movement is taking over or trying to, and then you have the non-fascist or the traditionalists, which are led by the Queen, and you've got Alfred Pennyworth that's kind of playing both sides, and he's a former special ops guy who was in some kind of it doesn't look like he was in World War II, because that would have been set this is like 10 or 15 years later, and he would have been in some kind of brush fires as remember the British Empire came apart after World War II, so I think that happened here as well. Their colonies collapsed, and he was in some kind of unspecified war. So he was a special ops, and he still has a couple of friends from
Yes,
that.
yes, and let's talk about one thing that doesn't make sense, because he has skills of a James Bond or something like that, or
Yes,
really unusual
and he has
skills.
his own like what security service or private investigator,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
it's
and
really
but
it's merely,
uh,
really more like a James
and
Bond for
yes,
our.
and he was in war, as you said, and
And
is
and his couple of
highly
buddies he has are
highly
also highly skilled.
highly decorated, also, but he's just 26. So yeah, and he says he's serving since 16. So
Yeah. So
in
and he had
10,
just recently got out, so he was probably in the thick of it for like 8 years or something,
yeah,
from
yeah, yeah.
16 till 24. It makes sense. And then he
Uh,
got out. That
no, it doesn't make sense that he has so many skills and acts like a
well, somebody
hero.
he didn't allow himself to be promoted into the officer,
Yeah.
and he had these skills. So yeah, if you didn't let yourself be promoted and you had those kind of skills, you would get out after 7 or 8 years.
Yes, but you don't get in 8 years. You don't become a Superman like James Bond or something like that with skills, with unbeatable kind of person that also acts like he knows everything, and he's really. This is really for me a thing where my mention, what you call it, of disbelief, thing of
Suspension
disbelief.
of disbelief.
Yeah, which really constantly I think, 26, well, sure, yeah, that makes sense, because he talks to the people, everybody, like he's the wisest guy in there. He gives orders to his friends, and they respect him, but really they he should have been a little bit older, that it is more believable. Just saying. I can still enjoy it, but this is a thing where I really thought, it's hard. Because besides that, things make sense. It's not like this is really one of the few little minor.
Well, you
Thi-
have to have something that makes you unhappy. The
yeah,
only happy cub is a cub that has something that makes him mad. A little
yeah,
thing. Now, if it was something big, you couldn't enjoy it, but you've got to be able to pick at it a little bit. So that's fair.
yeah, yeah, and also,
But overall, you like the series
yes,
and you
yes,
recommend it.
I like it and I recommend it. And the thing which I kind of like is the fact that there are no heroes in this series or in this
No, it's
world.
flawed heroes, heavily flawed.
They are. I was confused at the beginning, because here when the guy gets kidnapped, the bad guy gets kidnapped, but the kidnappers, who turn out to be the good guys, kind of working for the queen, uh, are even use the same methods as the bad guys. There is no difference. They are even worse. They are torturing him and things like that. Have zero mercy, and the same goes for our heroes. To get one information, just for example, our hero here, Alfred, he goes disguised with his pals with guns into a home of an old couple, and threatens to kill the man in front of his wife if he doesn't give him the information about here this Wayne. What's his name? Father of Batman. What's his? It's not Bruce Wayne. It's the father.
Yes.
I don't know his name. I just call Wayne to him. Uh, So yeah, just to get an information, and then kind of after they got the information, he says, "Thank you," or whatever, and they leave. But still, this is
Oh
not.
yeah, it has torture.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
dark.
it's
It's not a light comic book fun thing, but it has its fun moments. They're not terrible people. They're just doing terrible things.
yeah.
If you can see what I mean,
No, I
because they're in
can.
a dark time.
I can live with it. It's really if they stick to it, I'm cool with it. It's really it's a dark world. It's really like Sin City. Uh, there are no good guys here. No, all
Thomas Wayne.
bad
There you
guys.
go.
Really. Uh,
There's a name for you. It's Thomas Wayne and from
yeah,
Mummin,
Thomas.
and it's correct.
Yes, Thomas Wayne. And
I wasn't
yeah,
going to tell you that. I was letting him hang.
and also the thing is the actions are also when for example, in the episode where they save this gay guy with his friend, and he turns out to be a scientist who is developing a super weapon or something like that, and then it turns out that this Martha Kane or whatever, she's working for the U.S. Um, Secret Service, something, not the CIA, but the other one, and and he lets her escape with the scientist from Britain to, I think, the US, which doesn't make any sense
That sounds
because
like something United States would do, though.
yeah, but uh,
We always like getting scientists.
yeah, but he is working for the British Secret Service, so it doesn't make sense that he.
But the Americans paid more.
Yeah, normally he should have turned the scientist
His
in.
loyalties to money, not his nation.
I don't know. Yeah, as I said, didn't make sense for me. I
That's what
thought,
the CIA counts on.
yeah, but as I said, I was a little bit confused from this scene because for me it didn't make any sense. Normally he should have go to his
That's because you're
superior.
naive, Cub.
No, normally he should have gone to his superior, tell him he's the scientist.
Exactly, Mummin. Operation Paperclip, where we grabbed up all the German scientists.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, but it's still, as I said, it's entertaining. It's for a change, something serious, which I prefer from comedy stuff, and that why I give this one even a higher recommendation than Resident Alien. Uh, so and
I definitely liked it, but so far I prefer Resident Alien, which surprised me. I really liked Pennyworth. So I recommend both of them, which is rare. But yeah, Resident Alien was a good show. I guess it was a little too uh, happy or fun, or it was so good. I knew it would make you smile, and that that hurts, doesn't it?
yes, yes.
It hurts.
Here in Germany, we don't like that. When something makes us smile, that hurts because it's so it's we are not used
It's an
to it.
unusual thing. You're like, oh
Yes,
my god, what's happening to my face? It's a lot like what happened in Resident Alien.
yes, exactly. And hier, Mumin, wir reden über Resident Alien und wir reden über Pennyworth. Hier, Alfred Pennyworth, den Butler von Batman. Da gab es ja mal, da gibt es gerade eine Serie drüber, über den. Das ist sehr interessant.
Is he asking which series
Yes, he's
or
asking
what series?
what series we are talking about.
Aha! You see? Aha!
Oh, your
I figured
German.
that out.
Hey, your German is getting better. Mm,
Right? I can't
nice.
speak it, but I can understand it a little.
Yeah, because it's a very easy language. You can learn it in an
Right?
afternoon.
Right.
Of course, if you are
And if you
smart.
do not learn it, you will be shot.
No, if you are intelligent and smart, you can learn it in an afternoon, but most people aren't, especially Germans. They don't speak their own language so well. So, yeah.
What if you're
So much.
intelligent, smart, but lazy?
Intelligent, smart, but lazy. Oh, it sounds familiar. I saw this guy. I saw this guy in the mirror lately, like the alien. Here, like
Like
Resident
the
Alien.
alien.
Yeah. I always see the smart, lazy guy.
Okay,
So,
so do we go on to the next one? Cobra Kai.
Cobra Kai. Did you see all 3 seasons?
We weren't going to do all 3 seasons. We got to do one season. I saw the first one. You said we'd be
Yeah.
doing the other seasons on other streams.
Yeah. Yes, and also
So we had Cobra Kai season 1
for
and
the
the
people.
Boys season 1.
For the people in the chat here, we are going to finish season 1 of Resident Alien and also season 1 of Pennyworth. We are going to finish them next time that we talk
There you go.
about the whole season.
That could be on the Ides of March.
But before we start with Cobra Kai,
which he doesn't know what that is because he hasn't read Shakespeare.
Ides of March is
15th of March.
It's in Shakespeare.
It's when Caesar got stabbed.
It's Julius Caesar.
Yes, it is Julius.
Yeah, and this is what the book is called from Shakespeare.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and by the way, I didn't read that. I have read much things from Shakespeare, of course, because you have to. It's world literature, but this particular one I haven't read yet. But you can get some lines from it. For example, in the movie about Orson Welles, because it's called Orson and Me, and it is about his theater play of Julius Caesar, of Shakespeare's Julius Caesar.
I think I saw that. That was pretty good.
Yes, and if people are a little bit interested into that, of course there is the play. They can watch the play. I'm pretty sure Orson Welles' version is great. It got good reviews back then, and yeah, and if they watch the movie, they also get some lines from Shakespeare, which is kind of neat, what you call it. So no, before we go to Cobra Kai and the boys, I would talk a little bit about another series which has started, WandaVision. If you have seen it, Greg?
I haven't seen it yet. No, I don't have the ability to watch that. I don't sail the high seas.
Okay, it's 5 episodes in now, and
Maybe I'll be able to see it before we do our next stream, though.
I personally, just to give a quick personal opinion on it. Not going to talking about it, just saying I'm not a fan. It's my least favorite series from the ones I watched in this time, because I don't like Disney in general. I don't like Marvel Disney in general, and I don't like comedies in general. And I think this series is overhyped, overpraised. I think they using the usual mystery box trope. From my point of view, that's what I think, and I'm really not a fan of it. That's just so much for it. Maybe, Greg, next time if you could catch up, maybe we can talk about it also.
Okay, I'll see if I can. I know I was going to watch The Stand, but you gave a terrible recommendation on that, and
yeah, but
your recommendation too mattered. So you said The Stand was really bad.
No, the first 2 episodes were really bad, and I didn't watch further till now because it's horrible.
And now it's gotten
it's
better, or it's
I
Yeah,
don't
why would I want to
know.
watch it when you say it's so
No,
terrible?
no, I don't think so that it got better because I stopped after watching the second episode and I always searching for. I even started another review. I started a new review from the scratch, the Incredible Shrinking Man
So
one.
you're giving thumbs down to WandaVision and The Stand, right? And I haven't seen either one of them. I can't comment.
No, no. Wonder Vision is Citizen Kane compared to Stan. You can. They are not even on. They are not on the same
But
page.
you
Not
still
even.
didn't recommend WandaVision.
No, I didn't. Cause it's still
So The
crap.
Stand is really bad.
Yes, the stand really. It's so far. Wonder Vision really.
Are we
I watched.
talking Star Trek Discovery bad?
It goes into that direction. It's not still
So
there
very bad.
yet, but it has
So
just
terrible.
just the first
Terrible, but not horrendous.
just the first two episodes could manage to crap in so much weak stuff, woke stuff, and SJW stuff, and annoying things, and gender changes, and things like that for no reason as usual, and they could manage that to really that you are not have zero interest, and even if they are sticking a kind of more to the book than the old one, because I have read the book and I recognize directly some scenes directly from the book, but they are just in there. Uh, Everything that surrounds them, these scenes from the book, is kind of made up, changed, woken for no reason. They have this usual uh, 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 black guy good, white or black guy or black woman good, and whites are despicable and things like that, which annoys the hell out of me.
It
And
does get old.
yeah, yeah, and for no reason, by the way, for no
Oh,
reason.
there is a reason. It's politics. It's agenda.
Yes, the reason is that the untalented hack of Sun here from Stephen King, he worked on the script, and the only thing I know is it kind of sticks to the book. It's an updated version. With updated, they mean, of course, they put all the agenda SJW politics in it, and it has a different ending, which I'm really looking forward to. I can tell you. So yeah, but I have to watch it completely before I come to a conclusion. This is just a quick, uh, just saying. So okay, Wonder Vision, as I said, we can talk about that in next stream. And yeah, what was there another series it started? This was
Oh, The Boys we were going to talk about season 1, and then we can and Cobra Kai.
yeah, okay.
But we'll
So
just do season 1 on those guys, and then hopefully by the next stream I will have seen season 2 on both of those, and we can maybe discuss them one season at a time. So let's not if it gets bad or good or something in a later season, let's not talk about that. Let's just confine ourselves to what it was like on the season 1 of each, because people may not have seen it, and
yes,
we've already been able to recommend 2 series, and you've got 2 thumbs down on WandaVision and the thumbs from Cub. Although I haven't seen those, they sound bad.
yes,
So,
no,
but before we go on, I wanted to put in a quick plug. If you look in the chat at the beginning or in the description, you'll see my brother's channel. He's only got like 15 subs. He just started his channel, and he did like a little 3-part discussion with me on Star Trek: The Original Series with Kirk, Spock, and Bones on the Doomsday Machine. So,
yeah,
if
yes,
that's at all interesting to you,
yes, it is a great discussion, a great analyze. I liked all 3 parts, which from your brother, where he talked to you. I like the editing very much. It's very professional made for a first video. I really was astonished. I thought, oh my God, this looks like from a pro. And
he really did a good job, didn't he?
Yes, he did an excellent job. And I would really like to have him on here on the stream, if that's okay for you, that he can promote a little bit his channel if he likes to.
Okay, I'll try to get him on. He's always working.
Yes, you can work something out with him, what he wants to talk about. He seems really a guy that really knows his stuff. For sure, he knows much more about Star Trek than I do, which is really easy because I'm just a casual fan. Even if people sometimes think I'm a hardcore Trekkie, because I like Star Trek so much, doesn't mean that I know all the ships or something like that. This is a whole different fan thing. There are people out there like CT, for example, Continuum Track, who are completely into that this stuff, who know exactly what they're talking about when it's come to Star
We're
Trek.
talking about, one of the greatest hours of television ever. So yeah, he was my brother, and he certainly got to see that with me more than once through the years. And then
Yeah.
we would analyze it and discuss it, and I think we did a pretty good job on there. So if you're interested in that, he's got his channel. I think the next one he's going to have me do is Stephen King's Graveyard Shift.
Oh,
I'll be,
cool.
yeah.
That's cool.
I believe that's what he wants to watch with me. My next week's my birthday, and we may watch that and
Greg,
do a little discussion.
did you tell your brother that I made a video on the book Graveyard Shift on all 20 stories? I made a review on them.
No, I didn't. I should though. That's a good point.
Yes. Just for curiosity, I would like to know what he thinks. If because obviously he knows the stories also, and maybe he can tell me what he thinks, because it was the first time where I made a book review and put the book. No, the second time, because with here with the Stand By Me review, I also. It was more of a book review than of a film review, but this time it was exclusively just about the book, kind of, and of course I could show the pictures of the adaptations. But yes, I
Well,
would really
that might be helpful for his. I could mention it to him. Maybe he could clip from that or watch it and pick up a little extra.
I'm completely cool with that. It's a big honor for me, and also I was asked also from the German side. Somebody asked me if he can use my music for my music channels and so on, and I told him I'm
999.
yes. No, I told him I'm completely cool with that. Everybody can use everything from my stuff because it's not my stuff. It's
Cub. Everybody thinks Cub's mean and this stuff, but he's really a cool guy. Now,
Yeah,
Mummin has an interesting comment. She asked, Mummin asked me, "Have you seen Carnival? 2 seasons around 2005 or 6." I said no, and should I? And then the response was, "I found out about it lately and think it's great. It's about a sideshow circus, and Clancy Brown plays an evil priest. Have you heard about this show?"
Yes, I've heard about it, but I haven't watched.
Have you done a review on it? If I had a review, I could. Oh, sorry, I didn't listen to you. I was speaking.
No, I didn't.
I have a bad habit of doing that.
No, Greg, I didn't watch it, but of course I made a review on it. As usual.
Look at that. Mummin dropped a link in the chat on this thing.
Yeah, I think
there it is.
The Amazon images of it. Pretty sure. Let's take a.
I guess it's on HBO. I don't have HBO.
Yes, Carnival. As I said, I've heard about it. Hadn't the chance till now to see it because of I have so little time. I'm working now on 5 reviews at the same time.
Wow.
Yes, but not because they're all connected to each other. No, because 2 of them I have to wait till the movies come out or the series ends, because the Stand series I need for my Sleepwalker review, because in the Sleepwalker review I talk about the Stand, and so I can't release my video before at least I have seen the series, and it ends here. It ends. Wait a second. I think it ends in 4 days or 5 days or something like that. Then the last episode airs, and then I can finish this script. The script is kind of finished, but just the part for the newsstand is missing. And also the same goes for King Kong. Uh, um, uh, I of course have to wait till I can't finish the script before I get to see the Godzilla versus King Kong, the new one. So that's the reason why I have to work on so many scripts at the same time, because the
What was the
movies.
reason?
Uh, Whatever. So
Sorry. Oh, by the way, I made a recent movie review on Nosferatu, 1922.
yes, yes, Greg made one on that old movie, a German movie, by the way.
Right? I instantly
Yeah,
lost a sub.
yeah. How dare you? Can't I just review? Hey, it's still copyright protected from Germany itself.
I made one
So
on Bride of Frankenstein. I don't do a whole lot of videos, but I had a funny one making fun of the metric system. I lost a sub on that too, but I gained 2 subs, so I'm sitting at about 104, which is fine.
okay.
If I can keep my 100 subs happy, then there you go.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say they're happy.
you just have to keep 100 subs happy. I have to keep 1,000 subs
Oh
happy,
my
and
god, I don't want 1,000 subs.
hey, but most of them are fake anyway. Can't you remember where I got 1,000 subs out of nowhere? There was a
That's
time
true.
where, yes, and that was the time where also Jess got a few of them, but these bots, I think these are bots or something like that. But he got the lazy British ones. That's why he got just a few hundred, and I got 1,000, because the German ones were of course much more efficient as usual.
I think
And
with 1,000
super.
you can live stream without a computer. That'd be awesome if I did that. But
Yeah,
other
but
than that, I'm not trying to make money or whatnot. Most of my reviews I do because they make my fans laugh, and
no,
uh,
no.
I get requests like for Humanoids from the Deep or Bride of Frankenstein or Nosferatu, and I try to do those. I think my next one might be Deathstalker, doing like a Corman because Humanoids was a Corman movie, and maybe move to a couple of Corman movies and
Hey,
triple.
are you going to mention the other Death Stalkers parts also? Because there are
The
three.
sequels kind of
Yeah,
suck.
I know,
I
but
might mention them that they suck,
yeah, yeah.
but they might come up. They might get their own, but it'll probably be German Vampire and Texas Chili. That's right.
Hmm. Yeah,
And
okay.
I did a brief video promoting my brother's channel and our discussion of the Doomsday Machine.
I think not Rennie Harden here, this guy who made Swamp Thing, the new Swamp Thing, here Return of the Swamp Thing. What was his name again? He's complete hack as a director. I think he made Death Stalker 2 or 3 or something like that.
Yeah, they lost their way. They didn't keep any of the original actors. The fun was basically not there. I don't know. It was there wasn't the byplay that you had in the original. There was some fun stuff and some risque stuff. The writing in the first one let it down, especially at the end. But overall, for a swords and sorcery movie that's a ripoff of Conan from the early '80s, it's the best. It's the best of them.
What? No.
Yeah,
Beastmaster is the best Conan ripoff,
yeah.
or
Well,
not?
Beastmaster is in there. It's not the
Hmm.
best, but you know what I mean. It's in the pack that's still good. It had several sequels for a reason because people liked the first one, and they kept hoping they might get back to that, but none of the sequels.
Really? Really? So you are blowing up completely my theory, because I
Oh,
thought
your theory's gone.
they made
Boom.
them. I thought they made the first one to make a quick buck, and the
They
other
did.
ones just to make
Sometimes you try to
more,
make a quick buck, and
and the other ones
you
just
make a
to make
decent movie.
more quick bucks. That
They
was
did,
my theory.
and it really shows in Deathstalker 2, 3, and 4. But the first one somehow, in trying to make that quick buck, they caught a little bit of lightning in a bottle, a little bit.
Hmm.
I know it's a bad movie, but it's like Breeders. It's in the category like Plan 9 from Outer Space. It's got something there. It's got something there that's kind of fun. Like when the Pigman he's battling the others in this is a brawl. Monkar's palace is like a constant party, and they're all having this banquet, and the Pigman's fighting, and he tears the arm off of a guy and beats him with it. That's funny.
Hmm.
It's a small little scene
Uh,
part
I
of
I
it.
I don't know. He's
No, of course you don't know. It
hey
made you
hey
angry.
hey no, Deathstalker is for sure no Puma Man. I'm pretty sure.
No,
So
it's way better than Puma Man.
what? No way.
Yeah, yeah.
That's impossible. You know that. You can't compare a campy Conan
Hey,
ripoff with a serious comic book adaptation.
you can if you have Barbie Benton. Barbie Benton, was a star.
Yeah, no, but Puma Man
I just played the trump card.
is an Italian art movie, here in the here same league like the movies from
And
Fellini and
Deathstalker
so
was made
on.
in Argentina,
Mm,
the very
okay.
heart of the filmmaking community.
Uh, I have to. I think I have to
Germans
remember.
love Argentina, right? Didn't a bunch
No,
of Germans go there?
nine, nine, nine. That's that's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
das ist ein Gerücht. Okay.
And you're breaking into German. I can't follow that.
Hey, you have seen too often here the boys from Brazil.
Oh my God, that was a good movie. I ought to review that thing one day.
No, it was not. It was horrible. It blew completely our cover. Nobody could go to Brazil and Argentina anymore after the movie.
That is sad.
Yeah, really. They completely gave away our plans here. So I mean this documentary, The Boys from Brazil.
Okay, so we got sidetracked. Probably not my fault, but on to Cobra Kai and the boys.
Oh, okay. So let's start with what do you start? What to start with?
I don't know. You get to pick.
Okay, let's talk about Cobra Kai, first season. Uh, can you do you have seen it recently, the first season or not?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, tell us everything about it. Because I
I'll get
can
started.
barely remember.
Okay, well, a brief overview. Cobra Kai um, is the name of the martial arts school from the Karate Kid movies that are set back in the early '80s or something, mid '80s, something like that.
Yes,
And
and
it was kind of a hokey series of movies where good versus evil, and the good guy, of course, Mr. Miyagi, and his protege Daniel, I believe. He's the kid from Jersey or New York City, some Yankee place, that's basically Yankee land. It doesn't matter. So he comes over to California, and you have Johnny, who's a protege of the bad guy. I forget his name, in charge of the Cobra Kai uh,
Yes, that's true.
karate school. I forget, dojo. I think they're called dojo. And so they set it up way back then in movie after movie of him being picked on, and he's the good guy, and it's a classic American tale of Boy Scouts and good versus bad. And at the end of I believe the first movie, they have this big karate championship, and Johnny, who's supposed to be the bad guy from Cobra Kai, trained and picking on this immigrant, not immigrant, but kid from the other side of the country, and we're talking 3,000, 4,000 miles away, however far it is, and ironically, Johnny beats him by cheating. He kicks him like in the face, and he breaks the rules, but he wins because they've got these judges who are basically evil. And so this picks up way in the future, basically our time, what, 2016, something like that, whenever this thing came
Yes,
out.
yes, yes. It picks up quite today nowadays,
So
and
so this guy's probably in his 50s, and I'm talking Johnny, because it picks up from not with your hero, the kid who was the center of the movies. Your point of view is now the guy who got kicked in the face, the guy who is supposed to be the bad guy,
yes, yes,
and
and
he's
there is
driving his old car. He's down on his luck, and meanwhile Johnny has parlayed his victory into owning a car dealership, and he's got it all going. He's rich and famous, and he's on TV, and his daughter ends up running into the car of the supposed bad guy, who we find out is not really a bad guy, but actually is just a guy who's been screwed over in life and did his best, but is constantly getting the raw end of the deal. Why don't you pick it up from there, Cub? Can you remember anything of it?
yes, of course. As you said, they still live in the same town, in the small town where the Cobra Kai dojo was. But of course, there is no dojo anymore. There's not even a karate school anymore. I think we were the only ones. And yeah, the hero from the movies, he sells cars, is a he successful cars salesman. And the bad guy from the movies is uh, he's kind of he has an ex-wife and a son, uh, and a son he barely knows, so not really luck, and lives alone, and tries to make some jobs to survive, and lives in a shitty apartment whatsoever, and yeah, it looks really like he's completely at the uh, on the floor, or what you call it, and
Down and
everything.
out.
Yeah, and everything changes with this accident. It turns on kind of some things.
I think right before the accident, he defends that kid who ends up being the star in his karate school, who's being picked on by what are supposed to be the good guys, the friends of the daughter of
Yes, yes, and we get
the guy who won the what was his name, Johnny or Daniel? No,
yes. He
Johnny's
saves
the bad guy from the original movie.
he sa
Daniel is, yeah. Go ahead.
he saves the kid from a neighbor kid. There's a woman that lives there with a kid, and a Spanish kid or something like that, and he
But of course,
saves.
they report to everybody that he attacks them. And once again,
Yeah.
making so when Daniel finds out about all this, he finds out that Johnny's attacking these little kids, not that he's defending uh, you know the
Yes,
guy from being
yes,
bullied.
yes. But the thing,
And that same night,
what I,
he gets his car crashed into by the daughter of the guy who kicked his face in.
yes, and what I wanted to mention is we get kind of a similar scene like in the first Karate Kid movie, because Mr. Miyagi, he comes in back then to save what's the Karate Kid name?
Daniel.
Daniel, to save Daniel from the kids, also from this kid, this this adult who's now
Of
an
course, the
adult.
difference is Mr. Miyagi's not made to look like some sort of terrible person for doing it,
No,
like
no, he's
Johnny is.
no, he isn't. We got
He's built up as a great guy, and everybody
yeah,
acknowledges that
yeah,
they're you know.
but I
But
think
when
it's
Johnny does it, of course, it blows up in his face, and the cops come and arrest him, and not only that, the his car gets smashed into by his rival's daughter, Samantha, I think her name is.
yeah,
So it's
yes,
just it's just how his life goes,
yeah, okay,
even when
but
he does the right thing.
yeah, but it's still kind of the same situation. It parallels kind of the movie, the first movie, just with
Yes, it
reverse
does,
roles.
but in
With,
reverse,
yeah,
and it
with
does it
reverse.
in a better way because the movies were kind of hokey or
Yes,
unbelievable, whereas
yes,
this is more how life would go.
yes. If normally if an adult would attack some kids
Yeah, you look at the movie, Mr.
on
Miyagi attacked a bunch of teenagers. He should
yes,
have went to jail.
yeah, normally he would never go get away with that, but it's just a movie, suspension of disbelief, yeah. So it's okay, but
No, it's fine. I'm just saying this is it's surprising and a more believable take on it. And I was
yeah,
really surprised that they would do that. That they would they don't make Johnny into the hero like they made Miyagi and them into the heroes of the movies. He's just a guy, and he's reacting to a terrible situation. And even when he tries to do the right thing, which he's constantly trying to do the right thing, everything blows up in his face. He didn't do anything wrong. He tried to avoid saving the kid because he knew what was going to happen, and he didn't do anything to get his car crashed in. And then later on, more friends of Johnny's come. I mean, of Daniel's come and totally destroy his car, burn it up.
yes,
So it just gets worse for him.
I like the series, by the way, at least the first two seasons. Like them more than I like the movies. I'm not a fan of the
We're
movies.
just discussing season one.
Yes, I'm not a fan of the movies in general, by the way.
Now I thought the movies were okay, but hokey.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
the first one was okay. The second one was you can watch it. It was not unwatchable. The third one was crap. And the fourth, we don't have to talk about that stupid new Karate Kid one. And the last one, the fifth one, was complete crap. So they really got worse and worse with every movie.
Like
The-
Deathstalker.
yes, like exactly like Deathstalker.
Yeah.
Oh, with the same story like Deathstalker. And
But without Barbie Benton.
so I was not so much intrigued when I've heard Cobra Kai and so on. I thought, who cares? I don't give a crap.
That's your
But
normal response to everything, though.
yes, that's true. But this is the normal
It's true.
but this is the normal German response to everything. So I didn't act out of character.
Is that true, Mummin? Is that the normal German response?
Hey, don't ask Moment the whole
I'm
time.
asking Mummin directly.
Yeah, but Mamin is also Mamin, we don't even know if Mamin is a he or a she,
That's
because
true. I
it's,
don't know.
yeah, I also don't know. It's a mysterious being. It looks like a hippo or hippopotamus or whatever what you call it, but we are not
Is that
really
what it looks
sure.
like?
Huh? What?
I hadn't looked that closely at it. Let me look.
Yes, yes. It's
Yeah,
kind
I
of a,
guess it does.
yeah, yeah.
I
It's a
thought it was like a rabbit, like a large
No,
rabbit.
no, no, no. It's a mysterious being, a fable being, or what you call it, from a child's tale, and it's called Mumin. And really, it's kind of, it's as I said, it's an it. It's not a he or a she or something like that.
Oh, that's
So
cool.
yeah, it's very cool, and the best moderator on my chats. So yeah, but I like the series more than the movies. As I said, I'm not a fan of the movies, but of the series I am. And the first season especially is really good. So
So we can recommend Cobra Kai season 1. We don't want to give away the whole season. All we've really done is set it up and let you know that interesting stuff happens.
yes, but we can say it leads first beginning scenes lead into that Cobra Kai reopens, and with Johnny
Yes, we can
as
say that.
instructor, with Johnny as instructor, and
And that
he,
drives Daniel crazy.
that drives Daniel crazy that he kinds of sets up the Miyagi dojo again.
Because Daniel thinks that he's out there attacking kids, and he doesn't know that his daughter has destroyed his, did a hit and run on his car, and that his, I don't know what his cousin attacked his car. I won't go into all of it. I'm just going to say, yeah, it was an interesting turnabout, and seeing it from Johnny's side was made a good series, at least in season
Yeah.
1. I
Yes,
haven't seen season 2.
and it treats everybody involved, every character involved. It treats everybody with respect. It stays true to the canon of the the movie series. For it manages not to contradict anything from the movies. So it gets the right balance, which is kind of like a small miracle. Probably one of the best remakes or continuations, or what you want to call it, ever.
Reimagining?
Yeah, or what you, because it's a continuation. It is not a remake or something like that. Even if it kind of
No, it's not a
mirrors
reboot, but
because
yeah,
it
a
mirrors kind,
continuation works.
yeah, it mirrors kind of the movies, really, because in season one we get a mirror kind of from the first movie, what happened there, and uh, yeah, and it plays homage. It says true to the characters. Really, a
I've got to
high.
go get another beer. I'll be right back. Keep with that thought.
Okay. Yes, as I said, uh, Cobra Kai first season I highly recommend. And for this second season we could talk next time, next stream. So we can now continue with The Boys season one, which think we are also with The Boys also now in season three. Well, but The Boys is a little bit different, but not really that much when it comes to recommendation. Uh, so let's see. Um, The Boys is based on a comic book, also called The Boys, but it separates from the source material. That one I already figured out. It seems really to deviate from it, but especially in the later seasons. In the first season, the setup is we have a world nowadays where superheroes are kind of a real thing, and these superheroes, people with superpowers that call themselves superheroes, are working for a company. They are working for a private company, and this company makes money by uh, 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 selling toys and merchandise for their superheroes. And these superheroes are like the ones we know from the comic books. We have a kind of Superman who's called Homelander. We have a kind of Wonder Woman who's called I don't know and I don't care. And we have kind of a Flash type who is called N-Train, and they build together the Fabulous Seven or something like that, Super Seven. But Greg is more. He actually saw it recently, and he can help me out here a little bit.
Yes,
Greg,
I'm back.
I already started with the boys, and
Yeah, I could hear you talking about them selling merchandise and stuff.
yes, they are working for a company and pretend to be superheroes. They call themselves even soupies. They call themselves or supers or something like that.
Soups, I think.
Soups, yeah. And
And they are superheroes, but they use like a drug to get that power.
yes, but this is a thing. This is a thing that kind of it's at the beginning. Nobody knows that. The story starts out pretending this company pretends that there are superheroes out there. It's kind of mutants. They treat them like people that have for out of nowhere superpowers, and the best of them can work for this company and can become a part of the Super Seven, or what are they called in this story?
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah, and and this Super Seven you can compare to the Justice League, I would say.
Yes, they've got their Superman, their Wonder Woman, Aquaman. Of course, they all have different names.
Yeah, they're clearly more
And the
inspired
Flash.
from DC than from Marvel, I
Of
would
course,
say.
it starts out on a dark note. Their Flash character destroys the central character of the series. His girlfriend steps off the curb in I guess New York or Gotham or wherever this thing is set in this alternate reality, and the Flash, who is high as shit on his super drug, runs through her and just
And
pops her like a bubble.
N-Train.
A train, that was it. But
Oh,
you know
okay.
that they have their own names for them.
Yes, A-Train. He runs through the girl, and the girl gets.
Which turns her boyfriend into our protagonist, our person. Now he has a reason, and remember, his room is full of their merchandise. He loved them, but now they've struck too close to home, and he turns against them.
Yes, because he was one of the people who believed in them. He thought these are superheroes because he knows from the comic books, like we all know, that sometimes people can are kind of mutants or something like that, and then they have superpowers. That's why it made completely sense for most people that there are superheroes out there. They thought
So
it was
he was
could be
basically
possible.
like Cub in 2017.
Yeah, no, I got disillusioned. I already got 2016 disillusioned with
Oh
Ghostbusters
no.
2016. So that was for me the point of waking up when it
Yeah,
comes to
that was the
entertainment.
point for a lot of people, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, it's the ground zero of bad entertainment. It really, from there on, it went it went downhill. So um, yes, so we have these world with superheroes and a boy who, which girlfriend uh, gets murdered, and they try to get this N A train arrested for that, but they are kind of uh, be over the law or something
Overruled.
like that.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, the normal laws
They're
don't
beyond the law.
beyond the law. They don't apply to them, and he to come up with an excuse, something. Oh, he was on a important mission, and so we have already here we have this discussion. If a superhero tries to save somebody or people, and some other people get hurt because of that, can you blame him for that? We have this discussion in Avengers 2, the Sokovia incident, where they say, "Oh, so many people died when you tried to save other people," and yeah, it directly starts the first episode with that. So, but he wants revenge because of his girlfriend, his dead girlfriend. So he gets to meet Butcher. And Greg, what can you tell us about this Butcher character?
Well, when they refer to the series as the boys, it's basically referring to Butcher, his friends, and this guy who got his girlfriend killed. They're the boys. And Butcher, his wife, got basically raped and we think murdered by
Homelander.
what's the name of the Superman character in this?
Homelander.
Homelander. That's right. So he's got this personal grudge, and he looks up the guy who lost his girlfriend, and because they were buying him off, our protagonist, he was going to get to go into basically the Hall of Justice, whatever it's called, the big building, and he wants him to plant a bug, which he tries to do,
Yes.
but he does it, but he gets caught by the invisible guy. I forget his name too, but the invisible man in this season planted and then shows up at his place of business to basically tries to kill him. And Butcher shows up and what runs him down with his car.
Yes, but we have to mention the Invisible Man in this series is not just invisible; he also is indestructible.
Yes, that's right. And of course, they make him into some kind of a pervert who likes to watch women in the bathroom, and they also make Aquaman, fish guy, whatever his name is. They make him into some sort of a bad guy because he inappropriately touches Stargirl. So they're already starting with the
Yes, he
SJW stuff.
gave Stargirl. By the way, is the replacement for here the Invisible Man or not? She's a candidate for eight
Yes,
or for
and
eight
ironically,
train.
she ends up meeting the I can't think of his name. The guy whose girlfriend got killed. Our protagonist, she ends up being the girlfriend of his, the replacement girlfriend,
Yes.
which is kind of
So
unbelievable, but they
and
happen to bump into each other.
so the situation we get here is we have this team group of superheroes, the Super Seven, which are led by Homelander. And this Super Seven, there are this Homelander guy, which is kind of like Superman. He can fly and things like that. Has strength beyond belief, and
And
has
laser eye.
laser eyes and things like that. Then also we have a kind of Wonder Woman,
Yeah.
which has also kind of like, it's like Wonder Woman has also these powers. She's very strong. She's the only the only one who could maybe keep up with Homelander, because she's the only super strong one, like
And
Homelander.
they were kind of like boyfriend girlfriend or something as
Yeah,
well.
and there were a couple sometimes, but now not anymore, because she is gay. She or bi, or what you want to call it.
Bye.
She bi, and she is more into women than into men. It looks like that. And
And they end up playing on that and trying to make her into a total lesbian, which she doesn't like. So there's a whole
yes,
sub story about that.
yes, there's a whole sub story about that. And we have this guy with real problems here. This A train. He's
Right?
kind
He's hooked on the drug that makes them into super people.
which we don't know yet. In the beginning, this all comes out during the first season or the first episodes. It comes out really early, in second episode or something like that. But yes, it turns out that there are no superheroes. This is just because of a drug, and this drug turns you into a superhero or not. We don't know yet why some people get turned into superheroes, some die directly. It's like with the corona vaccines.
Yeah,
Uh,
right.
yes, really, you can really compare it to that, because uh,
Well, that's the best reason to take it is because a certain small percentage of people become superhuman.
yeah. By the way, this storyline is stolen by the from another TV series. It was called the 4400. Uh, that was also about a drug that could turn people into give them kind of like superpowers, something special, but also could kill them. There was a 50-50 chance what you become. If you become, or some didn't have any effect on them. So yeah. And just want to mention that because I saw this other series here. It's one 15 years ago or something like that, from the 2000s TV series, which was okay, but they canceled it after season 4, which I thought was a shame. I really would have liked to know how it really would have ended. That would be great, but there were back then also assholes when it came to things like that. So yeah, so we had this A-Train character who, and thanks to him, we figure out that this drug, he needs this drug that turned him into A-Train. He needs this drug also to stay fast. But we also learned that it kills him, the overuse of it. And he constantly, he's an abuser of this drug. He uses it also for fun, but also he needs it to stay the fastest man ever. And there is competition out there, and he is also afraid that he loses his job. So he uses more and more, and that was also the reason why he killed the girl. It was really an accident, but of course he's a killer. But he's more human. There are others in this team that are more cold-blooded than him, and his humanity also is the reason why they could get to him and use that to get a hit on the seven. Yeah, I think they're just called the Seven. I think. And yeah, and yeah, then we had this invisible man character, as you said, but he's also indestructible. Because he can turn his. I don't know if he can turn his flesh into the hardest thing ever, or if he can turn it on and off. I don't know. Greg, did you get that?
I think it's just permanently like that. But they found that he does, if you hit him in one of his openings, uh, he can be killed, and he is
Yes,
killed.
yes. We come to that, and but then we have forgotten one in the team, and this one is called Black. Not Black Magic.
Black Mamba or something.
Yeah, he has a Black so and so. And it's the only guy, by the way, we don't know how he looks like.
Because he's
He,
always in his costume.
yes, he is the only one who is wearing a mask that you can't see through. Not like the other ones, not without mask at all, or just for the eyes or whatever. But the other ones are also known with name. They don't have an identity or something like that, secret identity. But this Black so and so is, and he's also, he doesn't talk. He's just there, and he seems like very powerful. He seems like fast and so on. But we don't know really much about him. It's really he's kind of the wild card there, where we don't really know what he's about. And we have yeah, so that's the situation. And then they can catch the invisible guy, and they manage to kill him. And Greg, tell us, how did they do that?
They exploited his weakness. Even though he's super strong, he has to, excrete. So
Yes,
they
they
use
put
that weakness against him.
yes, they put a dynamite or something like that into his ass and blow him up from the inside.
Yes.
Uh, and then they try to get rid of his remains by dumping them into the sea.
And while they're doing this, Homelander is flying above them, back and forth. He's found some way to locate in on, and he almost has it exactly down. So the invisible guy almost escapes. He gets out of the cage and he's making his way out, and our protagonist gets a hold of the remote control and blows him apart, just
Yes.
feet from the door, and then they have to clean up the mess.
Yes. Well, which was a very cool scene, I have to say.
It basically, without giving away the entire series, it was I think a pretty fun first season.
Yes, the first season was very good, and the situation, as we said, since now they need a replacement for the Seven, they give another superhero a chance, because there are many people. It looks like many people turn out to have kind of superpowers, but not everybody. They don't. The superpowers are completely random, and Starlight seems to be like one that is worthy to become one of the Seven. But she directly at the first day gets blackmailed by this Aquaman guy who has
A
tells her,
toxic white male. Yeah.
yes, who tells her, if you don't have sex with me, you're never going to get in here and things like that. And yeah, but she gets, but this is just, as I said, this she befriends here our main character, who
Yeah, becomes a girlfriend.
yeah becomes the girlfriend, and now we have this situation. He kind of lies to her, not really telling her that he wants to kill all soups, because that is what butcher is all about. He wants to kill them all, and the main character, he wants just revenge for his girlfriend, but wants just to bring them down, but he didn't think that completely through, because what that means and so on. But we get more of that. It's so yes. Not to spoil too much, it's very good. It's excellent. The first season, I highly recommend. The next ones, season 2 and 3 and so on, that's a
We'll
complete,
discuss those another time.
yeah, that is
We don't want to give
completely
it away.
different page. We are going to talk about that in our next stream.
It might get better. It might get worse. We will not know until we get to the next stream.
Yeah. So it's so important to watch the next stream or not.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta leave them wanting more.
Hey, for me, this sounds even like the most important thing in your life, or here for the people who are listening. You really should not miss our next one. That's so
Hey,
important.
to go on, just we ain't gonna talk about it much, but the GameStop Wall Street debacle, where these people use this Robinhood app to buy up a bunch of GameStop stock to hurt people who are short selling the market.
Yes, Greg.
I personally saw that as a little guy striking back against these Wall Street fat cats. Basically, they short sell a stock to destroy a company, and it's not capitalism; it's anti-capitalism. It should be illegal. But when these people got in and little guys started making a bunch of money. One guy spent a few thousand and had over $1 million, and
Greg, Greg,
they lost
Greg,
something like
uh,
$70 billion.
Greg,
And Wall Street
I,
stepped in and changed the rules.
Greg, I wanted to tell you, take your time explaining this situation, because I have to go to the bathroom. That's what just I wanted to tell you.
Oh, okay. I thought you were shouting me down the way Jez does. So I was trying to get in what I could. Okay, so it's a complex situation, and we weren't going to talk about it a whole lot. But when you short sell a stock, you're betting that the stock's going to go down, and these hedge funds bet billions of dollars on this, and that drives the stock down. They have ways of manipulating the market. These are bad people doing bad things, and it's openly known, but really no one does it. And what can you do about it? No one can do anything. What did happen for the first time in the history of the stock market? A bunch of little people bet their little money on this stock that had no reason to go up. GameStop is a little uh, shop that sells video games and rents them and things like that. And it's been going. It's a physical location. I guess it has a web presence, but there are little GameStop locations. There's one down the street from me in Houston, and they're all over the country, and they've been losing money for years because people are, instead of buying physical copies, they're downloading games. And at any rate, these hey, there you are, Cub. So I'm
Yeah.
almost done. What they did was they bet against the stock. They bet that it would go down, and they borrowed. They sold more stocks than there were in existence, which shouldn't be legal, but it's one of the things they do. And a combination of all these factors led to people being able to go in and buy this stock. And if that stock goes up, then these hedge funds are screwed, and they were screwed to the tune of tens of billions of dollars. And I believe the last number I saw was $70 billion they were going to lose. And Wall Street stepped in. They stopped the trading on the stock because the wrong people were making money. Little guys, were spending $600 and getting 20,000 back. They're spending a few thousand and getting $500,000, and they couldn't have that. The people who are supposed to make money are the Biden people, the people who are running, our lords and masters who rig the stock market. You're not supposed to be so smart that you can outsmart them, and if you are, you're not supposed to be enough of you little peons to do anything. So it was the little guy striking back. They've already changed the rules. They're going to keep changing the rules so that that can't happen again.
Yes, and
but I enjoyed it.
Yeah, for me it's okay if it was like you said. I think even if maybe some little guys made money with that, that was just luck. They were just lucky.
They weren't lucky. They made money because all those people did it. A lot of people were going to lose money, but they didn't care. They did it to gouge their thumb in the eye of these big fat cats.
Yes, and
that was fun.
This is first off, me personally, I despise this trading market. I despise it. I'm not a fan of money in general, and this trading market and so on, I think is horrible because it goes away from real business to this computer business, or what you call it, or this fake business.
Yes, and I totally agree. I'm not in the market, but I look at it and I can see stuff go up and down, and I know what short selling is. It was just for me, it was enjoyable. It was the little guy, the peons rose up with their little torches and pitchforks, and they burned down the castle of the rich guy, and it was funny to see.
Yes, and the thing is, I don't want that people maybe think this is here the big chance for little guy who has not.
No, I wouldn't recommend putting your money in the market.
Go in or something like that.
No, don't do it.
So no, don't do that, because at the end, this whole thing is a scam. This thing showed again that this is all just a scam. And these billions that are
well, they changed the rules in the middle of the game so that you can't make money. You could have made money if you were right there, but they're after you. They're not going to let that happen.
Yeah, and as I said, as you said, if really some small guys could take
it made them take their mask off, though. It showed them for what they are, which is.
Guys, I'm cool with that, but in general, I'm not cool with this whole system in general.
No, the people who did this had to be ready to just throw their money away just to get at the big guys, and that's what they did. There was the chances were so slim that they would actually make money. There was no way that should have happened, but it did because they all went in on it at the same time, and it was really funny to see. No, don't do it. It's crazy. It's a way of wasting money. But it was the little guy fighting back against these Wall Street fat cats, these wolves of Wall Street. A lot of these wolves of Wall Street got their asses bit, and it was funny.
Yes. And this is okay, but in the long run or the long game, we have
crazy.
We have to get rid of this system. This whole Wall Street system whatsoever is the problem. This is where
and this really showed it. Yeah. I think it demonstrated that it's a rigged game.
Yes, because I can tell you something. If this happens too often, this thing here, like with the GameStop thing or whatever, they are going to gamble so hard that money becomes worthless anyway. So
that's where it's heading.
So that everybody is losing, besides of the people who are in
They're
power.
already making it worthless by printing so much of it.
Yeah, they're already making it worthless. So you can bet that
It's
the bank,
monopoly money anyway, Cub.
the bank
We're
wins
we're
at the
all on
end.
the Titanic and it's going down. You might as well, have a little fun, right?
Yes, yes.
I mean, we're on the Titanic, we're sinking, and Cub is saying keep that money in the wallet. Well, people are like, oh, the hell with it. They're gonna
No,
die anyway.
no, don't
I
keep
I,
the
I
money.
agree though.
No,
Don't waste your money.
don't keep the
Buy
money
beer,
in the wallet. Buy things with it
beer.
that you can use, like beer, for example, but also
Yeah,
things,
right. And stuff
things
that
that you
actually has value,
think,
physical
think,
stuff.
things that you need for living. Because I hear more
No,
often than
that's
usual.
wise.
I hear more often than usual this rumor that they want to make a complete shutdown. That they also want to shut down the places where you get something to eat here. The shops.
Restaurants.
Not, they are already shut down. But I mean the shops the with where you get eat stuff. What it's called.
Supermarket.
Yes, a supermarket. They want to shut that also down, and also that you can't get everything there anymore, and they want
So
to.
you just have to have your Amazon Hooters girl deliver everything.
Yes, but this is not. This is the Amazon, or for example, something. The internet delivery, like I do it, is not the solution because there already are restrictions on that.
Yeah,
I,
I
I,
know.
I
It's nothing good about it.
No, I can't buy as much sugar as I want, for example. Of course, I could if I want. I'm willing to
You bought
pay.
the expensive sugar, you could.
Yeah, if I buy the expensive stuff, of course, I can get everything what I want. But if I want to buy the stuff that has same price like in the normal shop, it's restricted on 4 kilos and things like that. And even those 4 kilos you don't get directly. You have to wait and things like that. So it's already regulated. Okay, they try. I think they try to test how people react to these kind of regulations, and I think it's just they test it there just to see how, and then they make it in the real world, in the real normal supermarket, that you are not allowed. We already had that here, that you weren't allowed to buy as much here flour or sugar or whatever like you wanted to back then, few months ago. We had already this regulation.
Yeah, it's
So
scary, isn't it?
yeah. So if people really they shouldn't keep their money, they should buy with their money things to eat and things like that, and prepare for a hard time.
Yeah,
Just
that's wise. You
yeah.
don't want to waste your money on some stupid stock market scheme.
Yes, yes, because these money in the computer and so on. I can tell you.
And
Uh,
believe me, they've already changed the rules. So you would have had to have already been aware of it and bought it at the time. I'm just saying it was fun to see, and it took the mask off of these these people who are running everything.
yes. And when it comes to money and these this kind and so much money, we're talking here about billions.
Yeah,
You can
they say they lost like $70 billion. These hedge funds.
you can
That's how
bet.
that's how much these little guys cost them by doing
Yeah,
that. You
you
think
can
you think they aren't angry?
you can bet when it comes to billions, you can bet there is not there are not little guys behind it. Because this is the story that you also hear in the mainstream media. And when the mainstream media says something like that, little guys take down the big guys, then you
Oh, the
can,
mainstream media said that the little guys were evil and the hedge fund people were really good people. You could tell who the good guys are by who the mainstream media defend. They didn't that wasn't how they phrased it. They were saying, "Oh, this is a terrible thing." They called them Trump supporters. They called them white racists and stuff for daring to. I don't know how racism comes into buying stocks, who and hurting people who are trying to short the market. But since that's the only thing that they know how to do is use that same tired refrain for everything, you
Okay.
know,
No, okay. If the
you could tell who the good guys are
oh,
by who the
okay.
mainstream media hate.
Okay. If that I don't watch mainstream media. So if you say that the mainstream media says that they were the bad guys, then clearly they were.
Yeah,
Then the
they
chance
did. They did say that.
then
Look it up.
then it for me it makes sense that they maybe really were the good guys. I don't know. But when it comes to money, I don't trust anybody. Neither the
Oh,
mainstream
I don't.
media.
I'm just saying I enjoyed the story, and I don't enjoy financial stories very often. And I'm not going to bring stuff like that up again. I just thought it was worth mentioning.
No, it is important to bring that up because it was it
It
was
was a major story. It was the biggest
yeah.
financial story since 2008, anyway, when the whole market
Yeah,
crashed.
yes, and also it has to do with games, but more important, it also has to do with movies because AMC was also part of the story, or not?
Yes, that's right. AMC. We hadn't even mentioned that they were able to get rid of all their debt, and their stock went from a couple of dollars up to several hundred, and then it came back down because they wouldn't let anybody buy the stock because they were doing the same thing to AMC theaters. They were short selling that, and they had to stop it to keep Biden's financial buddies from losing more money. This is a crooked way that they game the system. This is how they give people who they want to have money is they
Yeah, yeah.
destroy companies and they funnel the money to their friends and they got caught. And AMC, we might have movie theaters. They're all around the world. Your theater might be able to stay open because of this story.
Yes, yes, which that is the
And we
story
talk
that
entertainment here.
yeah,
So
yes,
GameStop was just the first part, but AMC was the second part. That was the second shoe to drop, and of course they shut down trading on all of it because the wrong they couldn't have the little guys making money, Cub, and so that's when all the stories came out that oh these people were racist and Trump people and all this, you know, yeah, it's
yes,
ridiculous.
and Greg, there's also one of the problems I have with this happy end story is a little guy just stays a little guy before he gets $1 million. Then he's not the little guy anymore. Okay. So that's also a reason why so many little guys who make it turn into be bad, evil guys. Uh,
Yeah, you're right about that.
in the moment when they get rich, they see, oh my God, I'm not like the others anymore. I'm something better. And that's the problem. And that's my general problem with money. It turns people into assholes, and uh, they forget
Well,
who's
hopefully,
humanity.
the AMC part of it will let the movie theaters survive. It looks like they have enough money to make it all the way through 2021 now, and they didn't. They were about to go under. They were doomed. They had raised all this extra money, but they were borrowing their last little bit, and then suddenly all their debt is gone. That was amazing. We're talking 600-700 million in debt gone, and I'm hoping things will work out. It's a very complex matter, but I'm just saying it was the AMC part does affect our entertainment, and we talk entertainment on this channel, so
Yes.
it had to come up.
Do you know who owns AMC now? I thought the
50
Chinese.
percent was by the Chinese. They're still there. Some of the people sold out. I think they had a huge debt, so I'm not sure of the exact ownership right now.
Yeah. So it's still Chinese company when
Probably,
50%.
yeah.
Yeah. And so this happy end is not really a happy end.
I didn't say it was a happy end. I said it was an interesting development, and it
Yeah.
took the mask off of these people. It showed them for what they were when they stepped in and stopped trading. You don't. That's not even supposed to be possible. The reason they did that was the wrong people were making money, and
Yes, but
that shows that it's a rigged game.
Greg, it isn't supposed to be possible, but we are living in times where there are no rules anymore.
Well,
Laws,
stuff is
no,
being revealed.
laws are broken constantly.
Yeah,
Constantly.
the media has shown up to be totally biased. The Wall Street is shown to be, completely corrupt. Our politicians, our votes here in America were stolen. The election was stolen,
Yes, the election
like
was
a third
stolen,
world country, a
and you,
banana republic. We're no better
yes,
than a banana republic.
yeah,
That's
yes,
why Texas has to secede.
and your judges didn't give them even the chance for a
Our
trial.
judges are totally corrupt.
Yes, but if the judges are corrupt, you are fucked.
It's not if. It's been revealed they are.
Yeah, but Greg, the judges, at least they have to stick to the Constitution. At least if nobody sticks to the Constitution,
The
the
only
judges
thing
of
that
the
guarantees the Constitution is the Supreme Court, and Biden is going to pack the court. 200 years of tradition is going to be thrown away, and he's just going to keep putting in his own. That's never been done, but he's going to do it. And I'm not going to get into all of it, but it's a sad thing. That's why Texas is going to have to secede, because this
yes.
country is no longer what it was.
Hey, and I can tell you something. If I can ever afford
And that's
that,
why we have to have our firearm.
hey,
I'm sorry, but it's to protect us individually from burglars. It's to go hunting. But the number one reason why it's a constitutionally protected right is because it's to protect us from a tyrannical government. If the Germans had had firearms, Hitler couldn't have rounded them up and done everything.
yeah, but
It's the same everywhere. It's the same with the Russians. Look at
Hitler
what
was
happened to them.
Hitler was not stupid. The first thing he got rid of was
With gun ownership.
firearms. Of
That's
course.
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
He's not,
The same
he was,
thing with the Stalin and Mao and them,
yeah, and Merkel, by the way. So
and probably Merkel.
yeah,
It's
they're all in the same league. So
they're cut from the same mold.
yeah,
You can see it.
yeah, but I can say, just saying, if I can ever afford it, I would go visit the U.S. I wouldn't care for the whole U.S. I just would come to visit you in Texas if you get separated.
Oh, there you go. Well, you can visit us anyway. We're basically separate.
Yeah, but probably here in Germany, we are not allowed to leave our house anymore till then. I'm pretty sure.
Let's see, VN, what the hell, 9D? I don't know what that is. He says, laugh out loud. I'm like Al Bundy. I only know Eisenhower. We like Ike. We like Ike.
No, he means the episode where he asks Jefferson, because he thinks Jefferson is a spy, and he wants to test him if Jefferson knows if he's a real American, and then
Right.
he asks him about the presidents and starts with Eisenhower, and then Jefferson says a president, but El Bundy, he just knows one president, and he always says Eisenhower, and so Jefferson says 3 times all the presidents, and he just says Eisenhower. Eisenhower. Yeah, that's what
You were correct. He says you're right. I don't remember that episode, but that's funny. I'm a big Al Bundy fan.
No, it seems like you are not. Clearly, the German
Married
guy
with Children. I watched them. It's been a while.
The
You
German
probably
guy,
only watched it last year.
hey, the German guy is clearly more El Bundy fan.
Or you know American presidents better.
Yeah, clearly. So you say that probably Germans are the better Americans? The superior ones?
I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know about superior, but y'all apparently know our culture.
No, at least one that knows it. Since the
Hey,
Americans.
Futurama and Married with Children. You're a good guy, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so next thing we have either Puma Punka, which is a mysterious. We ought to do it. Ding 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 ding. This is Euler Greg or Omega Greg's Mysterious World segment. Very quick segment. I think I put a link in the chat
Yes,
at the beginning.
yes, and Greg, this was a very cool segment. Let's go on.
Okay, so it's called Puma Punka in South America. You've got these giant stones that are, I think, 14,000 feet in the air in the mountains. These deserted mountains that H blocks that look like they've been cut with lasers. These blocks are 80 tons. How were these moved so high in the air? Who cut these things? What in the hell is going on? I've looked at it and I have no explanation that makes any kind of sense. There's no way the indigenous people made this stuff. There's no way anybody at this time period. It's impossible to even really date these things. But I would say this is either from ancient civilization. I don't think that Earth is only 5,000 years old or whatever. I'm sorry the Bible gives those dates, but I think this is the second or third time, maybe many more, that human beings have risen, and there are very few but telling examples of this, and Puma Punka is one. If you were to investigate it, I think you're going to be shocked if you haven't looked at it before. The weight of these stones, the cut of these stones. There's no explanation I have, or I guess it could be aliens. Aliens could exist. You have that footage from these cockpits that are being released by the Defense Department now in America, and you've had other footage released from Mexico and other places. I'm not saying I believe in aliens, but I do believe the damn blocks in Puma Punka exist. There are other sites and things around the world that are inexplicable, but I'm just going to have a short little segment, and my segment says Puma Punka is inexplicable to me. My only two explanations I have is ancient civilization we don't know about, or I guess alien. I have no other way these stones could have been cut with laser precision, and why they were cut, I don't know. It's a total mystery.
And I think you're planning to make a show on that on your channel or not?
Yeah, I'm planning on doing some mystery shows. Kind of if you ever saw remember Spock, Leonard Nimoy, he did In Search Of, and I believe the new Spock also did a updated version of In Search Of. And there was Arthur C. Clarke's Mysterious World, kind of in the vein of that, where you take a mystery like Puma Punka or a Bigfoot or Loch Ness or whatever you might be investigating that week, and you do a show on it, and you try to debunk it, or you try and say, well, here's the evidence we have. The evidence looks like crap, or the evidence looks interesting, or I don't know what in the hell we got here because I can't explain this at all. And the Puma Punka is one of those examples. The Coral Castle in Florida, this one man who built this coral castle, is another example of something that's pretty inexplicable. If the history books are correct, I don't see how one man built that.
Yes, to stay in that vein, what do you think about the Georgia Guidestones?
Oh, well, that was commissioned and built by people we know. Somebody paid for that, and those are, for those of you who don't know, I believe we're referring to these stones that were erected in Georgia in multiple languages that give advice and whatnot, warnings or whatnot to people in the future. Apparently, erected in the thoughts that we were going to have Armageddon or the end of the world or nuclear war, and people would rise up from whatever, and they would find these and I guess use them as a guide to how to live, something like you might consider the Ten Commandments or something.
Yes, and
But it's
why?
not mysterious. We know it was done. We know it was commissioned. We know the people, the companies who did it. So that wouldn't really be a mystery. That would be unusual. Why did they do it? Well,
There is no. Look, we can go a little bit more into that because I bring up the Georgia Guidestones because in fact it has something to do with our next thing we are talking about when we come to the Matheson and
is that
Heinrich.
after the commercial break?
No, I just no, Greg. I just wanted to mention them here, the Georgia Guidestones, because we are going to talk about them in a few minutes again, and then people get why I bring it up.
Okay. I wouldn't consider them to be like a mystery, as more of an interesting fact.
Yes, but
Now, if those things had just popped in out of nowhere, then and there was no record of them, then that would be in the mysterious category. Although it is odd, and it is mysterious in that people did that. Yeah.
yes,
And in the future, 1,000 years, 2,000 years from now, after everything collapses and comes back up, those people, they're not going to have any records, and they're going to be very unsure, and it probably will be some of their mysteries.
yes. There's, by the way, there is an internet site that gives since years, since decade or 15 years or whatever, 15 years or something like that, gives a prediction of the world population, how the world population is going to grow. And
Nice.
yeah, and for some reason, this site changed the predictions in the last 10 years that people, for some reason, that the countries don't grow anymore, but become less people. And when you add the numbers, then you come to the 500 million from the Guidestones, which is a little bit crazy.
Is that what it says on the Guidestones?
Yes.
It's been a long time since I researched them.
Yes, the Guidestones predict that the world population should be shrank to 500 million most. And
Wow.
yes, and yeah, but enough on that, because we are coming back exactly to this point. We are coming back when we talk about the Matheson.
Well, we have two segments left. We have the Shining segment and the Matheson subject.
Yes, and I would.
Which one do you want to do first?
Let's do the Matheson one because I
Richard
have
Matheson segment.
Yeah, Richard Matheson segment. So yeah.
So who was Richard Matheson?
Yeah, Richard Matheson. He was an author first, but he was one of the authors who also wrote scripts, and he was one of the few guys who wrote the novel and the script. Like sometimes we have that with King. He sometimes writes the scripts for his novels, the which got the scripts for the adaptations. He writes them himself. And
That
yeah,
is unusual, isn't it?
that is very unusual. Normally, you have the guy who wrote the novel, and then some script writer come in and try to adapt this stuff. And but in his case, he has often adapted his own stories, which
And you know,
and
one of the reasons why that's unusual is the authors who try to write their own screenplays often fail miserably.
yeah, like with King, you see that
Right. Yeah, over and
constantly
over. I mean,
over and
it
over.
doesn't. It seems like it's a rare talent that's able to write both in novel form and screenplay.
Yes, Matheson normally, if we wouldn't have this Corona crap now going on, Matheson would be directly my next project, and I would go through everything he's involved with which were, I would guess, 4 videos or 5 videos, something like that, because it's so much, and it's really
You're not
there's
going to do that?
I can't do that exactly in this moment because it's a too big of a project like the Godzilla one, which would Godzilla would have meant 8 videos, and I can't make 8 videos on the same subject right now because there's too much going on in the world which I can't ignore, and I have to stay flexible to react what is going on, since when people are now right directly even murdered by the state, I can't make videos about stupid monsters or interesting authors. I have at least try to warn them, because here in Germany people get murdered, like in back then. They get murdered. They get told here to get the vaccination, and this vaccination kills some of them, and they don't need this crap. And many get ill because of this vaccination. And some of these people, elderly, have not even a choice, because the
And you were
decision.
saying wearing the mask is also bad for some people.
Yes, wearing the mask is one thing, but right, get directly getting murdered uh, is something else. Oh, there was a. I had. Did you hear that? Like somebody came in.
I did,
Where?
and something happened to my
Yeah, something
something.
happened. Something happened
To,
to your to your picture.
my picture's gone. I
Oh
didn't
my
do
God!
anything.
I also didn't do anything. Oh my God!
Your
But
your deal came over and bumped me off.
I didn't do anything here. So, oh, and also here, look, your name changed also. Your Omega is gone from Omega Man. Here, Euler Omega is gone.
Uh
Now
oh.
you adjust Omega without the Omega sign. How could that happen?
I don't know.
Oh my God. Very mysterious. Okay, and yeah, but we are still live, so I don't care. As I said, and when things happen like that, there are some elderly that don't decide for themselves. They have what you call it, people who decide for them. Uh, Sometimes when you are old or confused or whatever, other people decide for you. What do you call that in English?
Mm.
like children, they don't decide for themselves. The parents decide for them, and the
Yeah,
parents are.
I know. The word's not coming to my mind
But you
entirely.
know what? But you know what I mean.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And these, by the way, these were the people
Oh,
that got vaccinated here. They didn't decide, the first ones that got
a
vaccinated.
guardian.
Yeah, the guardians, because we have here in Germany many corrupt guardians who are scum. They're the scum of of the world, worst human beings you can imagine, who just signed off the papers. And so these poor elderly couldn't even decide for themselves if they want to get vaccinated or not. And the guy who should be their guardian just got paid, because if he gets his clients vaccinated, he gets paid for that. Yeah, and when things like that are happening, I can't do harmless entertainment stuff.
You
So
could. People need that harmless entertainment, especially your group, Cub. I
yes,
mean,
but
they're having to deal with all this horrible stuff. Don't they need their entertainment from Cub?
yeah, but as I said, it's really it makes me ill. I think
Well, it makes
about it.
all of us kind of sick.
Yeah, really, it's so. If you think about it, it's unimaginable how horrible that is. The first ones that got vaccinated here couldn't even decide for themselves. It's a crime. That's a
Oh,
crime against humanity. People really have to say that. They have to talk about that. They have to bring these assholes to court.
well,
So
it's
yeah,
hard to if their guardians are not looking after them. That's hard.
yeah, it's sad, and really, I hope
Okay,
that
so
that they
which
get.
getting back to Richard Matheson, since this is his segment, what are your favorite books? Did you know the books and movies that he wrote, like Ωmega Man?
Yes, I know
So
some.
he would be very familiar with the kind of situation we're in right now.
Yes, unfortunately, he died 2013, I think, 12,
Was it
2012 or
was it
2013.
Corona that killed him?
Maybe.
That would
He
be
was.
ironic.
No, it could be because he was old, and Corona is not. It's not since last year.
You're
Corona
right.
is just the flu, and the flu did exist a long time ago. And just because people didn't discover something doesn't mean it's not there. Just
Plus, you said
because,
that even watermelons were testing positive for Corona. So I bet if
yes,
we tested him now,
yeah, but it's just a name they give something. If you can call something flu, corona, or something else, it doesn't matter. The fact is, sometimes things are not found because nobody is searching for them. Like the flu, now nobody is searching for the flu, so they just find corona, because the flu, they don't search for it anymore, so it disappeared. So the only real victim of corona is the flu, you can say. It killed the flu completely out of the statistics or whatever.
that's true. You know, a lot. I bet a lot of people are not catching the flu because they're taking all these precautions against Corona. So maybe that's a positive.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm
Uh,
always
uh,
trying to do the positive thing, right?
yeah, it's very important. Yes,
So Richard wrote the Omega Man duel with Dennis Weaver, where he fights a giant truck. That was
yes,
wasn't that Spielberg's first movie?
yes.
It was
One
a
of
TV movie, but I believe it was his first actual movie.
Yeah, kind of. No, he did a movie before that, but it was not that. It's not so popular because it was also crap. I even saw it because a friend of
What,
mine
Spielberg? Which movie?
can't have to look it up. But he did some stuff that is not so popular, not well known. He was
Didn't
not
he? I think he did some
great.
Columbo episodes, but
So
I believe Duel was his first movie. Yes.
yeah, officially it is. Let's
So technically, I'm correct, and that's the best kind of correct.
yes, for sure it was his first interesting movie. That's for sure, and a real well-made one, and so on.
And
So
also, one of your favorites, The Incredible Shrinking Man. What do you have to say about that?
yes, The Incredible Shrinking Man. I made a review back then in 2017 about one of my all-time favorite directors, Jack Arnold. And Jack Arnold, for starters, he's best known for, of course, The Incredible Shrinking Man, but also for classics like Tarantula, and they here they came not they came from out of space. What was the name of his first movie?
Killers from Space? Killer Aliens?
No, no,
Yeah,
no. But he
that's an inside joke.
but maybe many people know his the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Ah, there you go. That is a classic.
Yes, he made many classics, and as I said, Tarantula and but his best movie,
Tarantula.
Tarantula. But his very best movie, from my point of view, his brilliant masterpiece is, of course, The Incredible Shrinking Man. It is so much superior than all his other work combined, which I'm a huge fan of him as a director. But
So
all
what
his
what made that movie better?
the script, of course, because
But what about the script? What stood out to you?
yeah, we can talk about it because I'm actually I just wanted to say I already made the review on Jack Arnold, the retrospective.
Oh, okay.
So,
So it's in your
but
review.
yeah, but I'm redoing it because back
That
then,
counted as a yeah, but so everybody gets a shot.
yeah, the thing is, I'm redoing it, and I'm including some movies I left out because I overlooked them back then. I back then I was not, I didn't do this
You weren't thorough.
this really this
In depth.
research, in-depth research like I
Oh
do
my God.
nowadays. So I left out some movies because one movie I didn't know about. It never came out here in Germany, and it was also nowhere to find on the page where I looked the movies up. And I
It may have
discovered,
been from another dimension.
yeah,
It
no,
may have just popped into your reality.
and another one I left out for a reason because he didn't direct it, but it is always associated with him, with the stone monster, something like that it's called. And I
Hmm.
thought it would be neat to include that because he wrote the story, or
Is that
it's
about Medusa?
no, it's about stones that come to Earth and turn people into stones,
Hmm.
or kill them, or something like that. Grab all the water out of them, and these stones become bigger and bigger, and become a real threat. It's an interesting little horror movie, typical. It's not something super special, but it is it's nice. I like it. But many people have already forgotten about it, and it was after an idea from Arnold, Jack Arnold, after story, and also the director which I also found out is the same director who directed the third part from The Creature of the Black Lagoon. I didn't know that back then. So I'm going to include that, but I'm going to leave out my favorite movie from Jack Arnold, The Incredible Shrinking Man, because this one is going to become an own review, just about this topic. And yeah, so now we are with Richard Matheson, who wrote the novel and wrote the script, which was redone, by the way. He wrote the script, which was more like his novel. And the novel is not in a linear time. It has not a linear time. It doesn't start it starts on the boat like the movie, but then it directly goes into the fight against the spider. And the whole book is the fight against the spider, and is interrupted by flashbacks and so on that explain how it turned out that way. So it has a different structure, is much darker, and has some things that are left out in the movie for good reason. I explained.
But it's a giant spider still, right?
Yes, of course. It's a giant spider, but as I said, it is. And Matheson was not. He was not pleased about the reworking of his script, because his script had the same structure as his novel, and they brought in somebody who rewrote it, kind of, or together with Matheson, and Matheson refused that he got credit for that, for his work, and he was really pissed at the studio. It was a studio decision, and yeah, but I still think the movie is great. I'm going to talk about it more intensely in the review, which I'm working right now. In this moment, I'm working on that project. Because
Well, he also directed he wrote Night Stalker, Cub.
I know. I know. Yeah, every time when I mention Matheson, are you going to turn up and remind me of that?
I'm going to try, yes. Did you also know he wrote an episode of the original Star Trek?
Yes, the fifth one, by the way.
It's called The Enemy Within.
Yeah.
That has good versus evil Kirk.
Yeah.
And good versus evil Kirk is a continuing theme throughout the shows. Even what is it? The sixth movie.
Yes.
You have Kirk versus Kirk battling, where he's battling the shapeshifter, basically hearkening back to the battle in the fifth episode, the one written by Matheson. It echoes all the way into the 90s.
Yeah, and by the way, Steer of Echoes is also a novel by Matheson.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Echo.
Yes, many of his novels got already adapted into movies, very famous movies, and really.
We definitely got to thank our VN. What a strange name, VN 00009D, for sticking with us. We're over 4 hours into our stream.
Yeah, and
so a special thanks.
He made many things for television also, like the Kolchak, the two Kolchak movies, of course, but also he wrote episodes for Twilight Zone, and one of them was the 20,000 feet, or Terror
League?
at 20,000 feet.
Oh, the one with Shatner,
Yes,
the TV movie.
yes, the Twilight Zone episode. It is
Oh, right.
yeah, and
Didn't he also write for the Twilight Zone movie?
yes, he also wrote for the Twilight
So
Zone
he
movie.
was it the
Yes,
same 20,000 feet? Is that the one he wrote,
yes,
or was it a
yeah,
different one?
no,
So
no.
he rewrote his original story for the movie.
I'm not sure. Maybe they
Not
gave him
sure,
just
but you're my
maybe,
expert,
yeah, but I still didn't do the
Doctor Strange
retrospective.
Cub.
I still didn't do the whole retrospective on him.
Oh my
I'm
God!
I thought it would be a good compromise if I make here and then some of the movies where some of
Well,
his
you got
movies.
something coming out on him, right? Isn't that what you told me?
Yes, yes. The thing
Oh, thank God.
first off, he got screwed by YouTube because the first big thing I made about him was, of course, in the Quiet Earth review.
Oh, that's right. And it
Yeah.
got banned.
Yes, and it got
Yeah, that
a
sucked.
huge segment, which were a retrospective on I Am Legend.
Right. That was my favorite part of the review.
Yeah, and it was the biggest part of the review. The review, in fact, the whole review was a disguise. Just I wanted to talk about I Am Legend, and I wanted to surprise people, which thought, oh, Quiet Earth, it sounds boring, some artsy fartsy movie whatsoever. And then when they turn in, they get a retrospective on I Am Legend, which
Right.
doesn't call itself a retrospective on I Am Legend, the best retrospective on I Am Legend out there. It doesn't call itself that, and it has even on the thumbnail. There is a little tiny picture from the book I Am Legend, a little tiny one that is on the thumbnail, so that really you just get the hint. If you really look close, pay attention, which is a thing that I want my audience to do. Pay attention for the little things. So it was a surprise, and I really put much work into that. And it's really a shame that YouTube has really is to ban this one for no reason, really. So yeah, but people can still watch it. It's on BitChute, and it's on Dailymotion. It's still up. So
It's definitely worth a watch. I think people will enjoy it.
yeah, and I like it also. It's one of my personal favorite reviews because of some things that that are in there. When people see it, they get what I mean. And the overall theme of the review is kind of a depressing theme because it is about suicide. Uh, because the suicide aspect connects all the three stories, all the three books. Uh, because in Quiet Earth, the whole thing starts and ends with the suicide of the main character, and in I Am Legend, the main character commits suicide at the end of the original novel.
Mm.
When he discovers that, yes, he is a legend, but for the wrong reasons. He's the legendary murderer of the new society.
Yeah,
When
the zombies or whatever, right?
the vampires, yeah, these kind of vampires in the book, and really, he's the monster, and it's such a great story. Really, I thought, oh my God, and the same goes also for his other book, which I finished yesterday, by the way, The Incredible
It's kind of
Shrinking
like
Man.
being Johnny in the Karate Kid movies and watching the movie and realizing you're the bad guy.
Yeah, yeah, it's really it's yeah. Oh, there we have the connection to Cobra Kai and Karate Kid. It's really, yeah, you are right, Greg. So
And also, he wrote the last couple I have on here are The Raven and The Pit and the Pendulum. If you like the old Vincent Price movies from the '60s, Richard Matheson is the guy who wrote those as well.
yes, yes, but of course he didn't write the source material, which is from Edgar Allan Poe,
No, that's
of course.
Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah, but he wrote the scripts. That's true,
But
because
he
he's
was
a great.
able to adapt it.
Yes, he's a great. Matheson is a great script writer. He's a great writer in general. I'm discovering him, kind of. I haven't read everything from him till now, of course, because I just discovered him. Like,
Well, that'll be your homework for the next show. You'll have to read some more.
I'm going to read some more, but he wrote many books and so many screenplays, he was adapted from other people also. The whole segment, and I'm still trying to work out a method how to make a retrospective on this guy, because he clearly deserves one, clearly, and I'm still working on that, on a concept for that. But till then, I'm doing here and there a project which and also to that the big project gets smaller. Because if I already talked about I Am Legend, I'm now talking about Incredible Shrinking Man. So these two things I don't have to put into the complete one, and kind of
Well,
I
that's
do it.
true.
Yeah, I kind of do it like that. And yeah, to come back to the Incredible Shrinking Man. First off, Matheson's book was written 1 year before the movie came out. He was kind of it was really close to the movie when his book came out. It came out in 1956, and the movie came out in 1957. So they were really close to each other, and uh, what were we talking about? Um, um, uh, oh my
Matheson
God!
writing The Incredible Shrinking Man.
Yes, 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 exactly. He wrote his book was called The Shrinking Man. The Incredible was put in is the movie's name. The movie is called The Incredible Shrinking Man because The Incredible was an idea from the producers or whatever, from the studio, not from him. And so he wrote the book Shrinking Man. Then the movie came out, Incredible Shrinking Man, and then they released the book again under the name Incredible Shrinking Man for a few issues. And after that, it was called The Shrinking Man again. So that's the reason why people get sometimes confused, because
Yeah, that would do it, huh?
yes, because there are some books out there with where that it was titled Incredible Shrinking Man, where the book was also titled Incredible Shrinking Man. But these books are just from a small time period when the movie came out, and after that they called it Shrinking Man again.
In Germany, it was called The Incredible Shrinking Killer Alien.
Of course, here in Germany, most of the 99% of the movies have killer alien or something like that. are retitled into that.
As well they should. They're trying to warn us about the killer aliens, obviously.
No, but here in Germany, the book and also the movie had different names. The book here, the movie was called
Well, you
the
got
the
to laugh out loud from BN.
the unbelievable story about Mr. C. Because in the movie he's called Scott.
That is a horrible name.
Scott Carey, and so they said the unbelievable story about Mr. C. And the novel, by the way, was called The Strange Story about Mr. C. So yeah, this was the title they gave it here in Germany. So I was, of course, confused sometimes when people are talking about the incredible shrinking man. And
You're right. I can see why you would be.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, I figured.
I think our titles just do not translate well in German for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the same as it is. I haven't talked to people in other countries, but man, whoever does the title translations is bad.
Yes, yes. I sometimes talk about these persons or
Yeah,
who
I've heard you mention it before, but
in
every
my
time you talk about it, it seems like it gets worse.
yeah, yeah. It's really it's so confusing. The Vampire Slayers, it's called here Dance of the Vampires, but
Dance of the Vampires.
yeah, but okay. But this time, this credit goes to Britain, because in Britain, the Vampire Slayers came out under the title Dance of the Vampires. And so this credit has really go to Britain. And I make fun of this dance thing, because Evil Dead is called Dance of the Devils here in Germany.
Wow.
Yes, and I explain that why this movie is called that, because since Dance of the Vampires was such a hit back then, every horror movie where they were too lazy to come up with an original title got a dance class. So we got here dance of the skulls, dance of the death, dance of the monsters, dance of the devil. Yes, every movie, really, every movie where the people here in Germany who released it here in Germany, the company, they were too lazy to or too stupid to translate the title.
They found something that worked, and they went with
no,
it
yeah,
for everything.
no, they just sent it to dance class. The movie got dance lessons. So we have here so many dancing movies.
Okay, we got one last segment. I know everybody's cheering. It's on The Shining, the windy theory of The Shining, which we have included a link to the guy who made the theory in the description. And everybody hopefully knows about the original Shining movie with Jack Nicholson and Shelley Duvall.
Oh, so you don't mean the Mick Garris one, the upcoming Mick Garris one, because the Sleepwalker review I talked about is the Mick Garris special. Yeah, he made the TV version, the Shining TV version. This is the
I was just reading Moment's comment. The main vampire is called Count von Krolok, mocking Count Orlok. So it was mocking the Nosferatu movie. Interesting. No, I was just reading Moment's comment. On The Shining, the Wendy theory is very, to me, I've never seen a theory that explains everything. Like you've seen the movie, Cub. You know Jack Nicholson gets knocked out and he's locked in the freezer, right?
Yes, and I also saw the Wendy theory, by the way.
Okay. So how would you say he got out of the freezer?
Yes.
A lot of people say he had supernatural help, or the Wendy theory explains all of this.
Yeah, also in the movie, it looks like that he got supernatural help. In the movie, it looks like that.
In the movie, but one of the things you had said previously was Kubrick isn't really a fan of the supernatural, and uh, what's I don't believe it's it might be, but Kubrick talking about how it wasn't actually supernatural. He thought that it was all explainable, and that the explanation comes from the human mind. And when they first walk through at the beginning of the movie, you see they walk through the whole place. Now, when you're watching the Shining movie and Jack Nicholson's going through with the axe, or the boy is talking to Scatman Crothers about the Shining thing, if you look behind them, you will see, like, there are, like, for instance, next to the freezer, there should be a light switch, and there's not. There are significant changes. There are pieces of furniture missing. There are lights that should be hanging from the ceiling and are not. This isn't some production mistake. This is a deliberate repositioning. It is not cheap to rebuild a set and take out a power box for a room, or a chandelier, or redo the things. And so what this theory is that Shelley Duvall, Wendy, is imagining this stuff. Uh, Jack Nicholson is not typing "all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy." He never attacked his son. He never chopped into the door with the axe. Whenever you see those scenes, if you look at the furniture, if you look at the things around, they're different than what we were shown in the initial walkthrough. The initial walkthrough is how things are supposed to look. The reason he showed us all of this stuff in a rather long and boring walkthrough was significant. Everything Kubrick did was significant. He doesn't believe in the supernatural, and this was not a movie about the supernatural.
Yeah,
She
I,
knocked Jack out and drug him out there, and he froze. Well, go ahead.
yeah.
What do you think about all this?
Okay, but first off, yes, I agree that Kubrick wanted didn't like the supernatural aspects of the story.
And he had a Stephen King book, so he
Yeah.
adapted it in a way where you could see supernatural. But if you looked very closely, no, this isn't supernatural at all. All of that stuff
Uh,
is in Wendy's mind,
okay, but
along with.
there's
Go
one
ahead.
scene. There are two scenes that are hardly to explain because they come off in the movie as supernatural scenes. First
Okay.
off,
What was it?
as you said, first off, the scene how he escapes the freezer. Uh,
He
the
was
fridge.
never in the freezer. She didn't
Oh,
put him in the freezer. She took him outside.
uh,
When she puts him in the freezer, look, that's where, like, the light switch isn't there. She's that's her fantasizing that she put him in the freezer.
okay.
Do you
But
see when they show the freezer door in the initial walkthrough? It's different than when she puts him in there. In other words, that whole she drug him outside and he froze to death. That means all the stuff where he gets the axe, that never happened. That was in her mind too.
okay, okay,
Where he killed Scatman Crothers, that didn't happen either. That was
okay,
all her imagining.
okay. Then explain to me the very last shot of the movie where you
Okay.
can see clearly Jack Nicholson in the picture of the past. Because what has that to do with anybody's mind? He's standing there on the picture from the former party. You know which shot?
Yeah, I fully understand. And the only explanation I can give without thinking about it is that since all of these things are creations of her mind, when she
Please.
looked at the photo, she has inserted him into that photo.
Hey, no.
Yes, she inserted it. You're
No,
seeing it through. You're seeing it through her. You're seeing it through
no.
Wendy Vision. That's
She
Wendy Vision.
is not there. This
No,
scene
that there's
is
no one
just,
there, but
yeah,
you're
but
seeing it. She's remembering it. That's
uh,
Wendy Vision.
Wendy Vision is not
Wendy
remembering
Vision.
this. She didn't
Yes.
see the photos. She never
Yes,
took
she
a look
must have
at
seen
the
the photo.
photo. Yeah, but no. Sorry. Now
No,
you have,
everything else is explained by the theory.
yeah, not everything. As I told you, this photo doesn't make any sense to show it the audience because nobody is in the scene. Just the audience is in this scene. Because Wendy is not there. And her son also are not there anymore. There's just the frozen guy outside. Wendy and her son are gone and away. We are alone in the hotel, in the Overlook Hotel.
Then how do you explain all the things changing?
I don't have to explain that. You have to
You do have.
explain. No,
It's Wendy
Greg.
Vision. I already explained it to you.
No. Without Wendy, there is no Wendy Vision. For Wendy Vision, Wendy has to be there at least.
She saw it previously, and she's remembering it. You're seeing the photo as she remembered it. She inserted him in for whatever reason. It's part of her fantasy.
No, we don't know if Wendy saw the photo or not because it's never shown to us that she even came near the photo. Okay? Because if you say something like that, I need at least an outcome from, because if she really have seen the photo, we should have get a scene where this affects in any way the plot or her or her behavior or something like that. But you can't pull that just out of your ass and say, yeah, for sure, her Wendy Vision powers changed the photo. Yeah, of course, maybe they changed the whole movie. I don't know.
Clearly they did.
And also, the Wendy Vision is, I don't know. There is really
no other way. There's no other way to explain why he would go to such great effort to build new sets. That's what he did. You're seeing it from Wendy's point of view. This is Kubrick, he's the only director I know who would do something like that.
Yeah,
and that photo is Wendy Vision.
No,
definitely. She inserted him for whatever reason in her warped schizophrenic mind when she saw that photo. We don't know. We haven't followed her through the entire movie. At some point, she saw that photo, and that's how she's seeing the photo.
No, you have no explanation for the photo.
I just explained it quite satisfactorily.
You're just making things up.
If necessary, but quite effectively.
No, not really.
Really.
No, this time no payoff for your made up stuff. You have to establish much earlier.
Watch. I'm telling the people who are left. Watch the video that we've included in the description, and you'll see that Cub is wrong. Although it is weird, the photo at the end, it explains every part of the movie. It really does. It explains how he gets out of the freezer. He was never in the freezer.
Does it just explain the parts?
It does explain it. And all these people before have pointed out continuity errors. They are not continuity errors. This was put specifically in there. This isn't just furniture, although furniture is missing, but he didn't just do that. He took chandeliers out. He took power boxes out. He added in stuff. It is amazing the little things you'll see. Tang added, and there's just so much. You've got to watch the video. And Cub, he'll have to watch it for a second time. Clearly, he was sleeping or half dozing. Probably it was very late at night. Who knows? Maybe he drunk too much. But if you were to watch it again, Cub, I think you would see, it's pretty good.
Hey, wait a second. Wait a second. With your version of the story,
The truth. Just call it the truth.
The Wendy Vision, Bogus or whatever. With your version of the story, you have first off Kubrick. He made a movie about a guy who loses his mind.
No, he doesn't lose his mind. Wendy makes all that up.
Wait a second. A guy who was abusive in his past because of his alcoholism anyway, and who slowly loses control over his life. And when he comes to the Overlook Hotel with the isolation and so on, he completely snaps. This is the movie that we were shown by Kubrick. You say this is the story that Kubrick told us, but you are telling us no. The story we should see is about a crazy woman.
Yes, she's going crazy. That's exactly right.
A crazy
Jack
woman
Nicholson is totally normal.
That abuses her son, and
Yes.
At the end kills her husband,
Yes.
and then escapes with her son.
That's correct.
Because she wants to become a soul mother without what you call
whatever her motivation is, I can't say. She's schizophrenic and has other problems. She's mentally ill. There's no supernatural element.
Yeah, if you
the
say
supernatural element is inserted by her. There's no shining.
So wait
he never.
a second.
He never watched.
Okay. So wait a second. So the things that Danny sees, like the elevator with blood and so on, is also in her mind. Just even if she never hurts her, even if she never hears.
That's her imagining him seeing that. You have to think more creatively, Cub.
Wait a second.
She's imagining him seeing that.
No, Greg. If she
the carpet is different when look at the carpet when he's actually there and then look at it when she's imagining it. The patterns on the carpet are different. It's not real because she's imagining it. Everything she sees, there's always a tell. Kubrick puts in a tell, whether it's the carpet, whether it's a chandelier, whether it's the furniture. It's all different than what we see as reality.
Greg, let me debunk here something from Moomin, because now we start with this inserted moon landing NASA stuff in The Shining. But this
yeah, he put you noticed the boys wearing the Apollo T-shirt, and you see Tang in there. The door 237. That's the amount of miles, thousands of miles to the moon.
Yeah, I know.
There's a lot of stuff.
I know. But but Moomin says, in minute 85, we see Danny wearing the NASA's sweater in minute 58, and NASA was built in 1958. But Moomin, cinema releases
and where is NASA's headquarters?
Hey, cinema releases, when a movie is released in the cinema, it has a slightly different runtime than the movie that is released on videotape.
But think about this.
VHS. Because
where was NASA's headquarters? What did the astronauts say when they got to the moon? The first word. First
Because
word ever said from the moon. What was it?
because the movie
It was Houston, and that's where
the
I'm from.
yeah, that's what. No,
Yeah,
because
scary, huh?
the movie runs with 25 pictures per second.
None of that matters. They
And
pointed out that it's at
no,
58 after.
yeah, and the video VHS tape or maybe DVD also. I'm not so much into that. Has the runs with 24 pictures per second, so you get a different runtime, and so it wouldn't make sense if you go. Do you go after the cinema release, which you should, because I'm not sure if Kubrick back then planned on VHS releases or something like that.
What are you going to believe, your own lying eyes or Mummin? I'm going with Mummin.
Yeah, just for that. But still, yes, but I got that whole moon landing stuff in The Shining. I get that, and I also think it's no coincidence. So I'm not.
Well, it's not a coincidence. Something weird's going on there. I should probably do a video or a stream. We should discuss that on one of my mystery streams.
Yes, yes, this would be cool. I would watch for that. I would watch your Wendy theory again, and also I would rewatch the room.
I think if you were to watch the video again, it might eventually win you over. I watched it a couple of times and I thought about it before. I mean, I've seen this The Shining several times, and I've heard all kinds of theories, and I haven't subscribed to any of them. This one made sense. I mean, you do not rebuild those sets, and I'm not talking a couple of sets. We're talking all of the sets. All is always when she is imagining stuff. There is always a tell. That is ridiculous, Cub. It's either furniture or lights or something is totally different, and you don't just take a light switch off the wall and rebuild and repaint the wall for no reason.
Hey,
Obviously, there was a reason. You would have to supply me with a reason why Kubrick did that.
Greg,
Why did he do that? Why did he replace the carpet in the hallway?
Hey, Greg, here in Germany, we do that constantly. I did it today. I did it today 2 times, for example.
Well,
this is not so unusual.
We're about to lose.
No, I mean, so remove light switches and things like that for no reason. We do that here constantly in Germany. It's a tradition.
Everybody's getting tired. It's almost 3 a.m. there. And we've been on almost 5 hours. I think we probably ought to shut it down.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to tell you the other movie about this subject matter is called Room 237. If you can remember. Have you heard of that?
Oh, yes, I've seen it. And it's where it's talking about the Apollo moon landing and the fake story and stuff.
Yeah, also, but he's talking about many theories. There are
yes, there's a lot of theories. It's an interesting video.
Yeah. And as I said, when we make a stream just exclusive about The Shining, we can prepare with these theories, and let's see how they hold up. If you like to.
Yeah, sounds like fun. Rod Anger of Collected Learning also bashes the Shining Moon theory. Well, that's fun. People get to bash whatever they want. It is kind of a crazy theory, but it's interesting.
Hey, the Shining Moon theory, I'm not bashing. I was just this one argument with the runtime I really don't go with, because I know that we have different runtimes in the cinema release because of the different material they use. And but I'm the theory itself that there is moon landing stuff in there, I totally go with it. I think there are some
Oh, it's
really.
clearly moon landing stuff in there. The question is
Yeah.
why? Why is it in there? And
Yes.
the answer will be supplied on a future stream where you will learn all about, all the mysteries of the world, what actually happened on the moon landing, what the
Yeah.
true answer to The Shining is,
Yeah. Who killed the moon landing?
who killed the moon landing. Look, poor BN, he's babbling on in a foreign language now.
Oh, maybe
Well,
he is.
foreign to me anyway.
Hey, maybe he is possessed or something like that.
It could be. That could be
Yeah.
Latin.
Yeah. No, like in The Exorcist, because when in The Exorcist they were possessed, they could speak in another language that nobody understands.
Right?
Some foreign language which nobody
I know a
understands.
little Spanish. It's not Spanish. But I do see total. So there we go. Yeah. And mama and ha. I could decipher this if given enough time.
No, here VN he says he feels really strange with this subject matter we talked here. I think he means Shining and so on,
Uh-oh.
because he didn't expect that. So that's
Well,
what
we
he.
went all over the place. We
Yeah,
did Wall Street. We did The Shining.
yeah. We
That's what
solved.
happens when you let me put together the plan.
Yeah, we solved so many mysteries, and we couldn't
Puma
even.
Punka.
Hey, couldn't even properly talk about Omega Man, by the way.
Yeah, we'll have to come back to that.
Yeah, we have to put it in a different
You
stream.
got to give them credit. They hung with us till like almost 3 a.m. So
Yeah, but
that's
that's for the Germans. That's not unusual. This German streams they go endlessly. So 5, 6, 7 hours for them. That's the usual runtime of the German
wow.
stream.
I'm
Yeah,
impressed. Thanks, guys.
yeah, and so I would say maybe we can make here a little promise for the audience that next stream is not going to be in 3 months or something like that, as usual.
Right?
Maybe a little bit earlier. What would you say?
Yeah. Sounds good. Maybe the middle
Yeah.
of March. I was thinking the Ides of March. That's March 15th.
Yes.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah. Let's say in
And it
March.
hadn't been 3 months. We were on at Christmas. So that's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
6 weeks ago.
These are just excuses, okay? Cup and Greg have to face something next time. You know that. We have
Right?
to stick. We have to stick to the titles, and so I'm curious what we are going to face. Maybe
Something.
extinction or
Maybe.
something like that. So
Well, we're up against the Super Bowl here. So,
yeah, did it already start?
oh, yeah, it's been on for a while. I've been missing it.
Yeah, really. And I was wondering why you were okay with putting the stream on the Super Bowl.
That's all right.
Or
I'll
didn't you?
catch up with it.
Or did you just forget? Kind of forgot.
No, I knew about it. It's not a big deal. I watch football, but I don't care that much. You know what I mean?
Really? Are you really sure that you are American?
Yeah, I'm American. My name's Euler Greg.
No, because you said you don't care so much about the Super Bowl. But I thought it's the most important thing in the life of an American. There is
No,
nothing more important than the Super Bowl, or not?
not. Afraid not. It's just something we do. It's a way to get together with people. But
Ah.
nobody is coming over this weekend, so why not?
Oh, okay. Yeah. What's about Kathy, by the way?
Oh, she's up in Conroe doing her normal thing. She doesn't care about the Super Bowl. Our team's not in it. Who cares?
Oh my God! I thought
Right? The
you are true
Texans, if they were in it, yeah, right?
Oh, I thought you are true Americans. Now I have to discover these dark secrets.
We're not all totally football obsessed, even those of us who like it. But I did mention, we did pretty good considering we were up against the Super Bowl. I imagine we would have had more people.
Yeah, but I thought the Super Bowl is getting worse and worse every year. So
It is. It's hard to watch,
yeah,
But I will watch it. I'll tune in after the stream.
yeah, so I'm really not sure if the Super Bowl beats us here. It has to at least get 7 people interested in it. So I'm not sure if they can get that. Now, I've heard they want to put some Biden crap also in there, in the break or something like that.
Oh no.
So yeah, to get rid of the last viewers, something like that. Yeah. Okay. So. I would say thanks for sticking with us here so long. We went here. Oh my God, 5 hours, something like that.
Right?
Yes.
That's a lot longer than I thought we'd go.
Yeah, and so thanks for spending time with us. And the next one is coming in March. You can count on that, and there we are going to continue with some stuff, some series we started and things like that. And I hope you don't throw away your notices here, that we know what we are going to talk about next time.
Right?
Not have to figure out everything again.
Well, I appreciate everybody stopping by and listening to us.
Yeah. Thanks for being here, and I would say goodbye, and I'm ending. Ciao.
Bye.